So take his advice on a dark and stormy night, alright? When some wild-eyed, 8-foot-tall maniac grabs your neck, taps the back of your favorite head up against the barroom wall, and he looks you crooked in the eye and asks you if you pay your dues. Well, you just stare that big sucker back in the eye and remember what old Hecklefish always says at a time like that. Have you paid your dues, fish?
Yes, sir. The check is in the mail. Camera's not on.
Oh.
The mic is.
I do know it's a pretty amazing plan. I see that. And a man would have to be some kind of fool to think we're all alone in this universe.
I forgot. I was going to grab a little over there. Can I stick this in the? You think I can stick this in the refrigerator? Yeah. Pan? Okay. Or is it another level? Oh, okay. I can probably just do my appetizers. But 350. I'll just do them all sweet. I'll set the whole tray up. Okay.
It goes so well. You like it?
I love it. Perfect. That looks amazing.
When I asked her to get these, she went,
I bet. She's told me about them so many times. She's very excited.
crikey, look at my hat.
Love it. Close hand.
Who's that?
How about that? Socks.
He spins his stories.
Well, you can go and try to make the table.
What are we gonna do?
You want to try to lay the table? Like the table?
Okay, yeah.
Is it gas? Yeah. The propane's hooked up. It's just I'm gonna take the cover off of the thing and hit start, I guess. I've never used it.
Well, check it
I
out.
always get nervous because they're just like, yeah, I'm fine with lighting things with gas. Makes me so nervous.
Remember you're talking to a kid that was
I know.
that dug a huge hole in his parents' backyard and you threw wood in there and had a bike jump in front of it.
Take us away.
Yes, Steve, we know the mic is live.
Take us away.
Oblivious in Area 51, a secret code inside the bucket that I was. I love my UFOs and paranormal fun, as well as music, something like I should. Within another conspiracy theory becomes the truth, my friends, and it never ends. No, it never ends.
got stuck inside my soul with MK Ultra. Help me to away. Did Stanley Kubrick pick the moon and in alone? What is it? What's going on with him? Yeah.
The Mothman sightings and the storm still come to Augusta, the secret city underground. Mysterious number stations, planets circle to Project Stargate, and what the dark watchers found. The Black Knight satellite.
I never want to just hear the truth.
I got a little excited thinking about the battery right now. You want to smoke a battery? Oh my god. Grossing black cats.
Everybody knows mics are hot.
Yep.
Oh, sure.
Thank you for watching the After Files live stream. This is not a professional production. We don't know why anyone watches this thing, but we're glad you do. And now, to kick off the show is everyone's favorite sidekick, the one, Hecklefish.
Making my words get sexy and cute again. Taking close to your body, showing people around. When you like to get away. Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came. You wanna be where everybody knows your name. You wanna go where people know people are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
The After Files are streamed in front of a live audience.
So unprofessional. This isn't a live stream. This is a circus.
That works? The camera's on? She's nodding. She can hear me. I guess that's a good sign. Hey, happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Thank you for stopping by. I'm trying to keep up with the chat. But I need stronger glasses. I wish your videos were longer than an hour. I definitely watch them. Well, thanks, Joel. That would definitely kill me. Let me see. Oh, that's a better camera. That's better. Hey, Juniper's here. Hey, Stefan. Jeffley, good to see you. There's Zach Devlin. Bubble Puddle. Retrig. Nicola, good to see you. Nina, Ujia. Are you guys having a traditional Thanksgiving? You love the hat. Thanks, King Chad. Hey, Wax. A rooster on your head alert. Thank you for using that choice of word. Fully traditional, says Scotty Dud. Yeah, switch up the glasses for this. Hey, Deb, good to see you. Jennifer Smith, what's up? Happy Thanksgiving to you. Nagram, Neil, good to see you. Damian Fox. Gus. Healthy disrespect for authority is here. I like what you're dropping down. Husky dude, hey AJ, Mrs. Y-Files, cool hat. Yeah, she's very excited about these. Everything is hat based today. So Jen got one of these axe throwing sets they're playing with outside. I don't think they're not real metal axes, are they?
No,
I hope
they're
so.
plastic.
Damn, I was hoping they were real. But in order to play, you have to put on the Viking helmet, which just seemed right. Or maybe I've been playing too much Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I don't see them wearing their Viking helmets.
I'll go make them put on their Viking helmets.
Okay. So I've got the second camera hooked up in case we're going to walk around. I have no plans for today. Like no content. Ideas even. Just the hat. And we go from there. I could talk a little bit about the next episode if you guys want, unless you don't want spoilers. But we're going to say monetization be damned that I'm covering the escape of Adolf Hitler after the war. Oof. Pizza Meets the return of the most unprofessional live show on YouTube. Thank you very much. It's very, very, very. Zeb Francis wants Jen and AJ improv. That's pretty much our lives.
Yeah.
Yogi Bear says Argentina. That's correct. So this, I mean, let me know in the chat. You know what? Let me set up a quick poll. It's just easier. Oh, this is a little. I haven't done this in a while. You want to hear? I mean, do you think I'll get demonetized just by having Hitler in the title?
Hot mic. Just so you know.
Hot mic.
Hot mic.
All right. I think that poll worked. Yeah, there we go. Michael Stevenson's so excited. Good to hear. Deja Vu's here. Sella Felix. Just say Adolf. Yeah, I guess that works. I mean, I wrote the script to minimize the amount of times I say his name and Nazis, but I mean, what are you going to do? I'm not going to be that channel that says the bad guy from World War II. I'm not going to do that. We're going to tell this story for real. Who's got notifications turned on?
I'll turn it off.
Okay, fired.
You can't fire me.
She's lucky that the Teamsters don't run this set. Wills, is your account shadow banned? It might be. I've been hearing that people aren't getting notifications or they're seeing fewer of them. It probably is just because I've been so inconsistent for so long. You know, once we're back to just steady posting, I think we're going to be fine. But then again, you might have seen my backstage video that the IRS is auditing me this year. So who knows? Maybe the man is on to us. But for a good first maybe 2 years of this channel, I don't know if I would say we were shadow banned, but the algorithm would not push us. You know, I see. I mean, it took like 2 years just to get to something like 5,000 subscribers. I was just talking to nobody. I was just talking to Victoria, Original Jim, and Zeb. Kevin Smith, hey, IRS, you're in here somewhere. Oh, I know they are. I know they are. But next year, there won't be 83,000 more of them. That I can assure you. Be nice, we found you, AJ. Rick, stick it to the man. 4210, the IRS is going down. I don't think they're going anywhere, but I think taxes might be going down. What will be interesting to see will be to see if I'm audited next year. Like, I'm not really all that worried. My gut reaction was fear, but I spent almost 10 years working in cannabis, so that was just how you lived. But everything is above board as far as I know, unless my accountants are crooks, which is always a possibility. That's not an uncommon story. Crazy Pooker, hey, I'd love to hear you talk about the U.S. Congress hearings about UAPs, USOs. What do you think? Love your channel. Crazy, I can tell you exactly what I think about all the previous hearings and all the upcoming hearings. It's my same exact reaction. Nothing. We will learn nothing. We will get teased a couple little things about biologics and non-terrestrial technology. We will see nothing publicly. Everything will have to go into a skiff. Bless you. I hate that that's even part of our lexicon now. Everything will go into a skiff, and then it will just seem to disappear there. Then maybe there will be a whistleblower who will release a book and go on a book tour and go on Rogan, and then we'll go back to just yelling at each other on Twitter. I think that's what happens. JFK, yes, I'm definitely going to be doing JFK. I'm working my way through that script. If you've noticed, I have been putting in the episodes lately a lot of references to JFK, to the Cold War, but specifically to set up LBJ, President Johnson, as a villain, which he was. I mean, he might have been the most corrupt president in American history. It was tough to do, but he's definitely one of the worst. Terrible human being. So I'm setting him up so everyone knows that he's a villain. So when I spoiler alert, show you how the president orchestrated the killing of another president, it's like, oh yeah, it makes sense. LBJ was awful, says Pirate. Yeah, and as a person too, you read the stories about him. Joey Elliott, LBJ was corrupt. Randall are more corrupt than Biden. So we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. We don't do the left and right Republican Democrat here on this channel because they're all corrupt. So if you think Biden was a corrupt president, you might be right. But I can name 10 Republican presidents that were corrupt. Can you? Make sure you can, because there were. We need more parties. Or none at all. Worse than FDR. I don't know how much I want to get into that, but I could certainly rank presidents based on my thoughts. I think FDR was both a great and a horrible president at the same time. But he was quite corrupt. Remember, he wanted to destroy the Supreme Court. Can we all agree they are the same, says David Scott? Yes, we can agree that they're the same. A lot of you guys know this already, but Gino and I spent many, many years working in politics, specifically as software contractors. And we worked with politicians from local mayors, a town of 5,500 people, all the way up to state houses, governors, and then finally we were in Congress. So we had at least 6 or 7 when when the business kind of fell apart. 6 or 7 Congress people were our clients left and right. You know their names. All these people are the same. They're all slick. They're all performing. None of them are intellectually impressive. They're all vicious. And in talking to them after the conversation, if you didn't know what party they were with, you wouldn't really know. They just cared about the same thing. So when we would go to sell software, our specialty was constituent management software. Like you have a complaint or something and you want to let somebody know about it. I developed software that helped do a lot of that with machine learning and stuff. It was pretty cool stuff at the time. So we would go and pitch, let's say, someone in Congress, first you got to pitch the staff about the software. So we do constituent management software. It's going to make your life easier. That's how we get them. Then we get them to convince the chief of staff to take a listen to our pitch. And to them, we say, you know, this is about constituent outreach, strengthening your position, all that kind of stuff. Sort of the same thing. And then we get the chief of staff to finally get us to the actual representative for the pitch. For them, we sold the software as incumbency protection. That's what we called it. Buy our software and you'll get reelected. And that's all they cared about. John Campbell, God, politics sounds like hell to me, or perhaps it's politicians. I don't know. It takes a certain kind of person. Like, why would you want to do it? Why would you want to put yourself through that? Which is sort of a shame, because then you don't really attract the best and brightest among us, which was kind of the point of it. Like, you know, you were supposed to get a bunch of smart farmers to come into DC for a little while, help out, serve, and then go away. Now it's a career, and it hasn't worked out that well. It worked out for them. I mean, Pelosi was just very good at picking stocks. Very good.
Very good.
Very, very good. Very smart woman. We're here because of the show and not politics, says Larry. Yeah, good. I mean, my episodes are full of politics, but I would call it anti-politics. You know, people ask me what I am. I don't know. I don't like government, and I don't like lies. So what is, I don't know what that makes me. But it is fun to watch the debates online, where people call me a far right fascist. I've been called a far left social justice warrior, and everything in between. And they're probably all a little bit right. A lot of money in politics is Adam. Yeah, that's all what it's about. Curly Spike's narcissist. All of them have that trait. You have to. Not so much like the mayors and stuff. In the bigger cities, the bigger towns, the mayors were slick. But when we had like Lindenhurst, Long Island, everyone there was just kind of normal. It was almost too normal. Like you'd walk into Gina, I guess it was Village Hall we worked at. That's where they did all their stuff, right? So, Lindenhurst is just a small town. You walk in, there was just a building, and like the mayor's just sitting there at like a desk in the corner, and then there's someone over there. It was like too normal. It was like Mayberry. But then you go into a senator's office, and it's very different. The congressional offices are a lot smaller than you'd think, though. Like they're all pretty tiny. More whistleblower shows. If you recommend some, I'm happy to do them. What did Jen stuff the turkey with? A stick of butter. She says a stick of butter. I wrote 3 jokes that were not that. So I'm at home on a new setup that I can see them going to have to fix, because my setup at work, I have the screen flat so I can read and keep my head up at you guys. Now there's going to be this. This is going to be today's show, because I got to look down.
I don't like stuffing the turkey with anything, because I don't like putting stuffing in there and cooking it in the raw turkey and then eating the stuffing. So I just put aromatics or whatever in the turkey and cook the stuffing separate.
I guess every Thanksgiving, Jen does a little bit of a cooking show.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys remember last year, but we got off to a very rough start. We almost did today. I mean, we kind of did today anyway. We couldn't really get audio working, so I'm scrambling. I've got wires all over the place. But we already started the stream. I can't shut it down, because then everything breaks and no one would be able to find it. So I just kept rolling, and I just put the camera on Jen and said, just talk while I figure this out. She's making deviled eggs, and she's just... So this is the part where I have the eggs, and I cut the eggs. And then I put the yolks here, and then I use a mayonnaise. It's a very good mayonnaise. And then I mix that in there. And then at 20 minutes, I think she did. She might have gotten a cooking show offer out of that. Did you?
Yeah. I'll be making deviled eggs again in just a little bit.
Good. We'll throw most of those out again. It's a yearly tradition. Throwing out deviled eggs.
It is.
Where's Hecklefish at? He's here. Deep fried deals, anti-establishment. Yes, I like it. All right, I'm behind on the chat. Chat scroll goes too fast. Hey, Victoria, I didn't turn on slow mode or anything. Could you do that or double check? She did it. Okay, so we're on slow mode, and we're on subscriber only, and all that stuff. Okay. Just let her cook. It doesn't hurt anyone. I don't mind when Jen cooks. Oh, there's Gina back there. Jen's sister, Chris is there in the corner. There's Eric, her husband, Eric, also an excellent cook. Last year was amazing. We didn't grow up with turkey for Thanksgiving, Gino and I. Mostly the lasagna. I gotta say, I prefer it. I prefer it. But they make a good turkey. Joel Quintero 1, AJ, please consider doing an episode about Skinny Bob the alien. That's on the list. The footage, that's some of the best alien footage that I've ever seen. You know, some looks so obviously fake. That looks really real to me. Schmelly, will you end up doing a video covering DB Cooper? Probably not, unless I can bring something new to it. I know there's people have pointed me to someone online who says that he solved it, or someone in his neighborhood. I don't remember anything about that. So if it's solved, then I'll tell the story. But I don't know what I can do better than did you guys see Lemino's video on DB Cooper? It was excellent. You know, anything Lemino covers, I pretty much go, well, that's done, because he's so good at what he does. Our Cicada 3301 video is pretty good though. Golden, AJ seems libertarian. I am on most things, but I also like a strong military and a police force and fire departments and schools and all that stuff. And I think taxes should pay for that. I privatize most of it, but not all of it. What happened with Chris? Oh, he's a cat up there? Yeah.
He smells the stuffing.
Sure he does. The cooking files, says Morse. Gato Explosivo, I'm already crashing from all the tryptophan. I feel you. That turkey coma. Enhanced by bourbon. Andrew asking, AJ, were you in a pasta commercial 20 or 30 years ago? Something about an Italian family helping Nana make her special recipe. No, that wasn't me. But, you know, New York Italians, we all look alike. That's what they say. Hey, how you doing? This is my Nana's pasta. It's really good. This is the sauce. We actually called it gravy. We didn't call it sauce. We called it gravy. He makes a nice gravy, sweet, veal, beef. What are you sniggering about over there? What's up?
It's funny.
I'm scrolling through. Don Jennings, I worked in Albany, very tiny offices. Yeah, we called it Smallbany. We had clients up there. Albany. So I spent a lot of hungover mornings in that town. Is that Mrs. Y Files? She's got it all, eh? She does, huh?
Thank you.
She's a nice piece of wool.
He just thought you were good looking wool.
You were good looking wool. Well, you guys were quoting that movie earlier, so now it's on my brain. Money Pit. Everybody loves the Money Pit, right? How's our poll doing? All right, so we're 88% people want to hear about the episode. Cool. That'll give me something to kill some time with. When do we have food? Not for a while.
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. Oh my goodness.
Well, 20-pound turkey takes a long time to cook.
20 pounds?
Yeah.
All right, so we'll throw away a lot of that too. I hear you.
Where's our kid?
All hail Eris. Show on CIA involvement in instances like Somalia, etc. Maybe. It really depends, real Rennie. I've covered the CIA many, many times. In fact, too much for a stretch there. But a couple of sponsors wanted me to go after them. But if you go through the channel, I have covered some of their most despicable operations. That's an agency of evil. JFK almost fixed it, but they solved that one. All right, still scrolling. J. Lou, you have a beautiful family. Thank you for all the stories. Happy Thanksgiving. You're very welcome. Thank you for being here. I know Thanksgivings are hard for some people. You know, maybe you're alone. Maybe you lost somebody recently. So I like to do this just to keep you company. I'll be back on Christmas. Maybe we'll do New Year's. Emily, are you Italian? Mostly. There's some other stuff in there.
Mostly. He's only mostly dead.
I mean, I would prove it, but then we would get demonetized. Oh! I always say I'm half Italian. Bottom half. Ian Michael, that's a big ass turkey. That's when they had it on the counter, I thought they were dismembering a body. I was concerned that there was a murder that I was somehow complicit in. There's a giant beast in there. Righteous work. So you live? Well, I guess that answers your question. I mean, there's a delay. I can see we're delayed by about 10 seconds. Depends on what platform. That Righteous coming in through Facebook, but we're streaming on Facebook. We're live on Twitch, and we are live on X.
Can I do dishes? Is it going to bother you?
We won't be. I won't be able to hear, but that should probably be okay.
Well, then I'm not going to do it.
Okay. If they can wait, we would just pile them up. Nylam, no more Gino Story Hour. No, we got plenty of Gino Story Hour. The issue is we just haven't had time to do After Files and stuff. Gino has been streaming and doing stories over on our Twitch channel, so you guys should go check it out because a lot of the videos are there. And he's migrating that over to his own channel that will be also simulcasting and covering here on After Files.
I don't know if it's been proven a hoax. I mean, I think it's one
Yeah. So there you go. So we have a Gino Story Hour tonight. So go check out the Wi-Files on Twitch. And I don't know if he's moved over to the new, I think he's calling it Gino's Joint, but I'm not sure. But we'll make sure you get redirected over there. Rebecca Hansen, have you ever done an episode on Bradshaw Ranch? I never heard of it. But email us or go to thewifiles.com/tips and tell me what it is. If it's a good story, I'll do it. Every story comes from you guys. I never heard of any of this stuff. iRock Girl. iRock Girl. That takes me back. We liked those when I was growing up. Blooper reels, she asks. Maybe one of these days. Right now, no, because that's actually a lot of editing. So when I screw up, it's easier to just cut it out. But there are some outtakes that I think people would find entertaining, especially when I lose my temper, which is frequent, all the time, like in real life. But yeah, I'll lose my temper, and what'll happen is, like, I work off script. There's no riff. There's very little riffing in improv when I'm reading. It's almost word for word. That helps with my banter with Hecklefish and helps in the edit. So everybody's working off the same thing. Once in a while, I'll tweak a couple of words on the fly, but mostly it's from script. So like it's a performance. So like an actor, you'll have this groove where you're doing a chapter, 2 chapters, 300-400 words, and you're cruising along, and you just feel like you can't do anything wrong. And then you'll hit a bump in the road where you just, like, every time I have to say electromagnetic with my sinuses, my flow comes to a screeching halt, and I have to do it over and over. Sometimes I'm on like take 18, take 19. You hear me? The F word is everywhere. So it's not family friendly bloopers. I'll get up. I've thrown the chair, I stomp around the studio. It's like you're just watching the whole cut. You're just like, where did he go for 20 minutes? Oh, that's me in the parking lot, like pulling my hair out, just trying to get out of my head. And then I'll come back and I'll do it. I feel like you could see it in the episodes. I feel like if you look for it in the middle of a scene, you can be like, he looks a little older right now from that last sentence. Something happened. Gordon Shumway, Italian or Sicilian? Sicilians are Africans as far as I'm concerned, right? That's what I was told growing up. So no, we're Italian. Jen's family doesn't like that joke, by the way. They're Sicilian over there. They're the real mafia. That's they're proud of it. Okay. Have pride. If anything you do is worth doing well, including organized crime. Speaking of CIA. Although maybe this episode this week about Hitler getting away will direct some more people over to the Operation Gladio story, which I think did okay performance-wise, but it's such a good story. I was hoping that it would do better. Maybe it needs a better title or better thumbnail. But it's essentially the CIA and the mob team up with funding from the Vatican, and they fund a private fascist army of terrorists in Europe, mostly Italy, kill citizens, innocent civilians, and blame the communists. And they did this for years. And they laundered money through the Vatican to do it. You can't make this stuff up. That's an Alan Dulles project. The very, very corrupt, very, very connected to the Nazis. Alan Dulles of the infamous Dulles brothers. I don't know. Do you think I can cover that safely? The Dulles connection to the Nazis? The CIA may not like that. Right? They name airports after him. Maybe I should stay away from anyone who has an airport named after them. Stephen Cole, I want a Wi-Files hat. Well, here's the best place to get a Wi-Files hat is go to shop.thewifiles.com. That's the best way to support your favorite YouTube channel. Or just what are we doing today?
Black Friday sale started today and tomorrow, 20% off.
Gino saying Black Friday sale today, 20% off. Hats. I guess that's under headwear. Do we have to call it headwear? Can't we just call it hats?
We have stuff to give away.
Hold on, what you got? I can't. Hang on. Let me get at it. What's going on? What is
We have
that?
stuff to give away.
Oh, is that a box full of stuff?
It's a box full of stuff.
Oh yeah, we got some swag in there. How are we going to get it to the folks?
Well, when they win, we'll do the thing like we do normally, where people put in the phrase.
Oh, I'm gonna have to get the game ready. Well, I'm out of practice.
And then they'll just email Victoria. The winner will just email Victoria, and then we'll send them their stuff.
Or open a ticket on Discord.
It's easier just to have them email Victoria.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hector's here. Hi from Mexico. Hola, muchacho. Todo tranquilo. I've been reading so much Spanish this week, like hours and hours of it, because you don't have to. It's okay. You could be loud. It's Thanksgiving.
I just came in to get a blanket for Chris.
Yeah, we could bang.
I finished it.
Oh, the ham blanket. People were asking if the ham blanket ever got finished.
It got finished.
It's like 4.5 pounds of ham there. All right. It's a lovely. I don't know if the color is baby diarrhea or cat vomit.
It's mustard yellow.
When the cats throw up, it is this color.
No.
All right.
70s carpet.
70s carpet.
There you go.
You don't know fashion.
You don't know if she just did a Fran Drescher and stormed out. That was her button on the scene. Dave Norman, Big Turkey makes great leftovers, turkey noodle soup, sandwiches. I agree. I can eat the same thing over and over. I'm that guy. Like I really will. I will just have the same food over and over and over again. Jen is not that guy. Turkey, no pterodactyl. Do a story on the aquatic ape. You got to email me about that one. I'm very interested in that. Hey, The Hybrid is here. Good to see you, Rich. One of our mods. Mary J. McWeed is also modding today. I see Sansel's here. Modding. Who else is who? Any other mods in the house? Victoria's down below. In the screen. She's not under the desk. That would be weird. Quinn Boucher, are you live on YouTube? I think so. I'm talking at the camera. Hey, Frenchie from Florida. Good to see you. Happy Thanksgiving to you, Silent Steel. YouTube is screwing with the interface for channels. There is no header, no tabs, no videos, playlist of community. I've noticed the same thing. That the interface is getting tinkered with, And for me, it's different on different computers. Like YouTube just totally looks different. So they're doing some stuff with the community tab that they're very excited about. I don't know what it is. You know, I'm very proud to say that I was invited to the Creator Summit. They only invite 100 creators. It's a very prestigious thing, but I didn't want to do it, so I didn't go. You know, I'm not much of a joiner. Prefer to do my own thing. But if YouTube likes the channel, that's good for everybody. I hope Jen's hat's a thing. What is she? I think she's wearing the. Oh, that's the What Files hat for the What Files. That's the true crime channel that we're launching fairly soon, sooner than you probably think. So I don't know if we have those available in our store. Probably not. Jen's saying yes.
No,
Jen's
we
saying
don't.
no.
But we're giving one away.
We
So
are. Aren't
they're
they cool?
really cool.
Just go ahead.
The What Files, and then they have the logo on the back. So the colors for the What Files channel are going to be yellow and black, like crime scene tape.
Like crime scene tape.
Yeah. So
All right, you enjoying some nicotine gum?
I am, and we've got the blankie, and we're sitting outside. We got the fire table going on. So.
Oh my God. And I hear axes being thrown, but he is not wearing his Viking helmet.
Well, he's playing cornhole, and he's not wearing his corn cob, which I'm very irritated about.
Well, when he gets the corn cob on, let me know so we can put him on screen.
Right.
All right. Lola, where's Heckle? He's lurking about. RB Ham, who does the voice of Hecklefish? He does his own voice. Who does your voice? It's a weird question. Will there be after files? For the What Files, there will not be. The after files is coming back. We're reorganizing, getting the schedule together. I know I've been saying that for 6 months, but I thought I was telling the truth the whole time. We are reorganizing, getting back on schedule, and we will be doing after files every single week. They won't be the 3-hour marathons, at least I don't think. But we're going to try to do a 90-minute after files after every episode. Sergio, is that your wife? Yeah, I scored, right? And I hit that before the YouTube thing took off. So, you know, it's always a way. If you can't be rich, be funny. Scrolling, Michael Thacker, hey Jay, why don't you talk about some of the ATF's dirty little secrets? I'd be happy to. If you have some specifics, send them in. But we can definitely go into Oklahoma City bombing. Some good conspiracies there. Some interesting evidence, and ATF was involved with that. The Branch Davidians could be another one. Genre Peak, I'm too old and slow for this. Same. Roast emu for Thanksgiving. That's very funny. It's probably good. I've said this before, but in case new people are here, my grandfather, my father's side, okay, he was a cop for a zillion years. You know, everyone's cops in the Gentili family. So after Grandpa retired, he went and worked security at the Bronx Zoo. He was a cop in the Bronx. We're from the Bronx. So he would go and steal ostrich eggs from the nests and bring them home. Which, you know, Grandpa, you're law enforcement. I don't think that's illegal, but he did. They were these giant eggs, and my grandmother would use them for food, and they tasted just. You would not know the difference, except you would walk in and be like, "Was there a dinosaur in there?" I mean, they were huge. So she would just open one, make scrambled eggs for the whole house with one ostrich egg. So emu, you figure if the egg stuff tastes the same, the emu probably just tastes like chicken. I'd eat it. I mean, have you guys ever gone to like exotic meat restaurants or exotic food restaurants? Let me see if anyone's done that. Like I've done that, and I don't mind it. I'll eat the rattlesnake. Turtles is easy. Mouse. I've eaten that stuff. I've never done bugs. And I would have. Like, I will try anything. I'll eat anything. It's like, well, this is from an alien we found on the beach. And we can't even describe what it is, but we cooked it, and here's some with a little gravy. But I'll try it. So I would do the bugs, but now that the globalists are pushing the bugs, I won't do the bugs. Just making a statement. I will not eat the bugs. At the gas station around the corner where I get my car washed, they have bug snacks on the counter next to it's like Slim Jims, Chompies, Pickle, some 5-hour energies, and then there's grubs, crickets, like a bunch of them. And it doesn't look like snack food in the bag. You know, I'm from the city. To me, it looks like bugs got in the bag. There's bugs in the bag. But no, the bugs are supposed to be in the bag. They just look like it's just a bag of bugs. I can't. No, I can't do it. You know, there was a giant dead cockroach in my office that I found just like yesterday cleaning up, and it's clearly was dead for a long time. I was still like, I don't like bugs. I'm not gonna eat them. Amanda Pratt with a very good question. AJ, when did you last have a decent cannoli? Oh, there's nothing better than a nice fresh cannoli. Probably the last time it was, I would say, over 20 years. Most likely would have been, about maybe 15 years ago. When Gino, Jen, and I went back to New York, we had at Carmine's, the great Carmine's, 2 locations in the city. There's actually a Carmine's here in Vegas. So Carmine's is all family style. So when you order a chicken Parmesan, they come out with a plate for everybody. The cannoli is the same way. You order a cannoli and it comes out. It's like a log, and it's with the chocolate chips and it's outstanding. So that's probably the last time, Amanda. I would do Carmine's here. It's all the same stuff. It's just you really need to go there with, like, I don't know, a platoon of folks. There's a lot of food. Captain Blaze, any Brazilian bizarre stories? That's kind of what I was asking, because those are the places that we've gone. But I'll eat all the things. You know, where they would just walk around with meat on a stick. And everybody like, well, what is it? It's just put it on, I'll eat it. I'll try it. Tell me after, that it was dog or whatever. They're eating the cats and the dogs. Well, are they delicious? That's the question. Are they delicious? How are they prepared? Kitty on the counter. Yep. It's I don't stream from home very often. But when I do, I don't stream often, but when I do, I'm not trying to do a setup. But when I do, he thinks I'm talking to him, because when I'm here by myself, I'm trying to see if there's any cats around. I just talk to them like we're all buddies, like we're all hanging out. Like, hey, what do you want for dinner? Tuna again? All right, gravy on it. What, shrimps? All right, let's do that. Yeah, it's like we talk like that, and they talk back. So now I'm doing this, and he's wondering why I'm not engaging him. Hey, dummy. He hears me. He's a spoiled brat. Kevin Arnett, you're also live on YouTube, bro. I hope so. Chasing Whispers. Do you think your content has longevity? I think most of it does. I mean, that's not really for me to decide. That's for you to decide if it has longevity. But I specifically only focus on episodes that we call evergreen, that will always be enjoyable. So when someone pitches a story like, hey, do this because it's in the news, the answer is usually no, because when it's not in the news, who cares? So that's why the story of Hitler escaping is interesting, because, I mean, it's a 70-year story. But in my research, I found a twist, and then another twist, and then another twist. And maybe I'll just tease a little bit as we go here. But Hitler escaping after the war, I went into that story absolutely certain that was a conspiracy theory. I mean, if you even suggest that he escaped, you're a nutcase. Yet Josef Mengele escaped, Eichmann escaped, Scriba escaped. All these top guys, thousands of them escaped. But if you say Hitler escaped, then you're crazy. So, but that's how I've been programmed. We all have been. The algorithm certainly has been. We'll see. It's not going to be a monetized episode. So I went into it thinking that it's crazy, but basically just doing the episode based around the book Grey Wolf, which is about Hitler's escape. The book came out in 2011. And when I do a story that's a book, it's usually a pretty good workflow. Because essentially my job is really just read the book, learn the book, and then just find some other corroborating evidence or debunking evidence or just other media that support what I'm saying in the book, like the Adam and Eve story about the globe, the shifts in the in the magnetic field and all of that. That's just the book. I'm just doing a book report, essentially is what I'm doing. Like the Lyme disease episode, which is also connected to the Nazis. I was just covering a book. So for the Hitler escape story, I'm covering Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf came out in 2011. So it's a thick book. It's got a lot of stuff in it. But the documentation is very, very good. Like a lot of the evidence that they claim, the two authors, is there. And I found it, and you're going to see it in the episode. It's fascinating. But in checking up on facts and how to pronounce things and timeline, I came across some blog post or something about this journalist, this Argentine journalist named Aldi. And I'll be linking to his channel and a lot of his videos, who is complaining that they took a lot of his research and he didn't. It was a little bit of like an online flame war. So I was like, oh, what's this drama about? Let me see what this Aldi guy's about. So do I even want to give away the names of some of these guys? Maybe I won't, but I'll just tell you what happened. So Aldi he's a journalist, and he's just doing a story in the 90s, 94, something like that, about the German colony, essentially, in Argentina. I mean, it's so German in Patagonia, in these regions of Patagonia, that the local language is German. The street signs are German. The buildings are German. The schools are German. Like, it's German. It's more integrated now, but in the 40s, it was all German. Nobody spoke Spanish. So he was doing a documentary or some research on that, because it's an interesting story about how in a large country, another country essentially can come in and establish a cultural colony within it. And between 1945 and 1952, 53, almost 12,000 Germans emigrated to that region of Argentina. That's a lot of folks. Not all of them were Nazi war criminals, but a lot of them were. So he's interviewing one of these German guys who was there forever. Headmaster of the school. He ran a deli for like 15 years, an older gentleman. In the middle of the interview, literally, the door is kicked in and soldiers, agents come in and they grab the German guy and they just drag him out of there. And Aldi's like, what is going on? So we learned pretty quickly that this is a Nazi fugitive who had massacred 300 or 400 people in Rome. And the Italian government was looking for him for a while. And he was just living a life in Patagonia for, I guess at that point was 45 years. He ended up being extradited, which Argentina resisted, but he got extradited to Italy, was tried, convicted, and died in prison at 100 years old. He died in 2015. So it got Aldi thinking, like, so I was just sitting there with a vicious killer. How many more of those are around here? And he started looking, and it turns out quite a few of them are around there. And then as he looked more and more into the story, it wasn't just people like Mengele and Eichmann that ended up in Patagonia, but he found evidence that Hitler did. How many details you want me to go into? Angela's, Jen's wagging her finger. No details? None?
We want them to watch the episode.
Well, they're going to watch the episode.
I'm just saying.
They stopped in for Thanksgiving. They should be treated to a little bit extra, a little behind the scenes, instead of just the scripted show. There she goes. She doesn't want me to give too much away, and I'm not going to. Why she's nervous is because I had the episode all scripted out, and then I started doing some more research, and the book ends in 2011, and then there's that fight with Aldi and back and forth, and then things started happening that changed my draft. 2011. So we had, remember when the JFK files, most of them were released in 2017? Well, 2 documents slipped through that probably shouldn't have been there. And they were CIA documents showing Hitler living in South America. And you read the document, and at this point in the research, I'm like, no, really? No. And then you get to the last page of one of the reports, and there is a photograph of him. And then I went, oh no, I got to rewrite half this episode. So then I started looking some more. More leaked documents, more declassified documents. The FBI files came out, 300 pages. I read all of them this morning. Case after case, report after report, sighting after sighting of Hitler all throughout South America. So someone just mentioned in the chat that he was in other places, or they went to other places. They certainly did. So nobody really knows for sure. I mean, I think I know. But it looks like Hitler was Argentina, Paraguay, Colombia is pretty much where he did. And they moved around quite a bit. So I'm following that story. And then now at this point in whatever narrative of the research is, this guy Aldi is really getting invested in the Hitler escape story. And he learns very quickly that when you go against the mainstream narrative of history or archaeology or something, you become a pariah. Graham Hancock, you're not allowed to even consider alternatives. So he did. He became a pariah. He has a YouTube channel, by the way, and he still posts. So I'm going to link to that in the episode. His most recent post is about 2 months ago, where he gives an update on his research, and it ends with a bomb. In fact, it was such a banger of an ending in his video that I was like, I'm going to end my episode with that. I kind of want to tell you what it is now, but I'm not going to. Boy, I listened and read a lot of Spanish the last couple of days. All this stuff is in Spanish. So Hitler gets to Argentina by submarine. And we know, or they know, or he knows, or we know not only that it was a submarine, we know what kind of submarine it was. We know what designation it was. So we know, according to the theory, that Hitler left the Canary Islands on U-boat 518 from the Seawolf pack, an IXC German U-boat, big class, a lot of torpedoes, big ship. And the 518 was a famous boat. U-518 had 7 or 8 confirmed kills, 3 or 4 damaged ships. It wreaked havoc on Allied shipping lanes and merchant ships. It was notorious. So the Allies really wanted 518. So what happens is it's a few weeks after, Hitler dies and the war is over, and U.S. and British Navy pick up 3 subcontacts off Canary Islands. Boop. And this happens in the middle of what was called Operation Teardrop. A teardrop happened between April, May, maybe June 1945. And Teardrop was just a big operation to go and destroy all the German subs, get them to surrender, disarm the mines, disable munitions, all that stuff. Basically clean up the ocean was Teardrop. So they're looking, they're actively looking. I mean, Berlin is still burning at this point. It's pretty fresh. So they see the contacts. So a couple of boats go in, and I'll go into exactly what ships and all of that in the episode. It's not important for now. And one of them comes back and says, 518, the big one, we got him. We got him. Check the radar. The contacts disappeared. They didn't know exactly where they were. He said, we got him. I said, great. Any wreckage, anything that floats up, grab that. There could be technology. Pay close attention to where the vessel goes down. We're going to want to go down there, get all that stuff. They're like, oh, no, there's nothing. There's no wreckage, nothing washed up. There's just, we just got it. And they were like, okay. So 518 is dead. The great Goliath is defeated. But there's no evidence that 518 was destroyed. There weren't that many of these IXCs built, these subs. So they're like treasure hunters and shipwreck divers. They know these subs very well. They're constantly looking for them, and they're constantly looking for 518 because we know where they were. We have the radar contacts, so we know almost to the meter where these boats were when the teardrop group went in to go after them. So they're diving there. They can't find anything. So Aldi says, you're looking in the wrong place. You should be looking in Argentina, because how it worked was 518, along with 2 other boats, and I'll get into those during the episode, take about 6-8 weeks to go across the Atlantic to Argentina. Only a couple of subs can do that. The IXC could do 11,000 miles. It was the only boat that couldn't. It ran on batteries. So it was quiet, it was slow, it was big. This is a 250-foot, 200-ton steel vessel. There's no evidence that you destroyed it. Okay. So he said, you have to look at this particular harbor in Argentina. That's where you'll find the boats. No one wants to look. No one's interested in looking. And he's just a guy. You need an expedition. He's an independent journalist in Argentina. He's not rolling in the dough. So, he can't put together an expedition, a dive crew, and all that stuff. He can't do it. But he does manage to charter a seaplane to just kind of circle the area to prove his theory that Hitler and the Nazis, once they got over to Argentina, they got everything ashore, then they scuttled the boats there. So that's where he looked. And he said, there it is. There it is. It's not even 30 meters down, and it's right near the shore. You guys didn't see it? No sé. No sé, no veo nada. You guys know what I'm talking about. I read a lot of Spanish. So they say that's not a sub. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. He finally gets some help to go and look, to send an underwater drone down there. And I'm going to show you footage of it. It's definitely a ship. They said the Argentina government said it's rocks. It's a ship. All right. So then they have the footage of all the ship. 4 hours of footage. Take the footage. They show it to the government. They say that's all right. It's a ship, but it's not a sub, and it's definitely not Nazi. Okay. So he says, I think I'll go in and get a second opinion from a different nation. So he sends his findings over to researchers in France that specialize in wrecks, and specifically in World War II era wrecks. They say, not only is this a sub, this is an IXC class. One of very few is what you have found here. That was confirmed like last year. He found the boat in 2022, finally got down there in 23. And I think at the end of 23, maybe even early 2024 is when they finally got the confirmation. So my point was, I went into this basically doing a book report that ended in 2011, figuring it's a World War II story. There's nothing new. And then just accidentally stumbled upon all these other threads that this story has been unfolding over the last 10 years in a very incredible way. And I went into this episode thinking this is a crazy theory. And now I think he might have gotten away. I think he might have gotten away, and I think I'm going to be able to prove it. Well, at least, with the research from all these folks. It's going to be up to you whether you believe it or not. A lot of it is eyewitness testimony. That's sketchy. A lot of it is old people remembering. That doesn't work. But there are a couple of photographs of him. One of them is very compelling. And there's just too many weird things. All right, let me check the chat to see if you guys want me to go into a little bit more about the Analco Mansion and some of those things. See, Amor says stop spoiling, but I'm looking at the poll that says 88% yeah. Yeah, can you please talk about what is under the Vatican? Mostly just the archives. The Apostolic Archives, the Vatican Secret Archives are down there, and then storage. I'd like to go and see for myself, though. But if you want to go to the Vatican Secret Archives, you have to apply. You have to be an academic or have some reason to be there. You can't just be like, I want to check things out. Usually takes 10 to 15 years to get your appointment. You will be escorted the entire time. You have a very specific amount of time there, usually about an hour, very rarely more, but about an hour. You will be escorted, like someone on your arm the whole time you're down there, which isn't really necessary because you need to tell them what you want to see when you apply to go to the archives. That's not what I want to do. I want to go down there with a flashlight and, and look around and for that stuff. I don't know what's down there, but you can't just say to the Vatican, hey, I just want to poke around 55 square miles of shelves. They go, no bene. So you can't do that. Strangely enough, someone did that, was looking at a particular document that they wanted, and just by stupid luck, found that transcript from the trial of the Knights Templar that absolved them of the crimes that they were committed. It absolved them right after the trial. There was the Pope and the King King was not pleased with it, but they were basically absolved. We never knew that. We didn't know that until about 10 years ago. And she was just down there and she was like, wait, what is this? I think it's called the Chinon Parchment. I may be wrong, but I think it's called the Chinon Parchment if you want to learn more. Howard just wants to know what's my favorite flavor of Jell-O. I got to go red. I go orange, but I'm down for green.
Black cherry's good.
Black cherry. All right. We do jelly here sometimes because the sugar-free jelly, I can't tell the difference. All Canadian Reptile Girl's got to run. Good to see you there. All Canadian Reptile Girl. If you're into Canadians and you're into reptiles and you're into girls, that's the channel to check out. No, she's great. She's, I don't know, a snake lizard whisperer. So she was very early in the channel's history. Was very, very kind to me. Was the first shout out from another. It's fun to watch people tiptoeing by, yet going, like, just be people. We're fine. So All Canadian Reptile Girl. She was the first other YouTube channel to give the Wild Files a shout out. And I think I was at like 2,500 subscribers. I was so excited. Do you remember when I played it for you?
Yes.
And she was so nice. She's like, they're small. They're small, but the production's really good. But they're small. It hurt my feelings a little bit. But she was right. But she was very nice. But if you guys want to check out her channel, super fun. I don't know how she does it. A lot of it, just snakes and stuff crawling all over. But her channel is fun to watch because I haven't checked in a while, I'll be honest. But her dad is the director. She's young, Canadian Reptile Girl. She's not yet Canadian Reptile Woman. So her dad is the director. So they will have like banter. I don't remember if she does it in the episode or like it's at the end. But hearing a father arguing with like a 14-year-old girl about snakes and how to perform on camera is hilarious. It's worth a sub. And by the way, she has a Patreon. I'm a Patreon member of hers. So if you want to support, look, if you support us through Patreon, first of all, thank you. We couldn't do this without that. But if you have the means, support other creators the same way. Even just a couple of bucks goes such a long way. So she has a Patreon, and I'm happy to be a supporter. I support quite a few channels, even ones I don't check in on that very much. Because I just want them to have a little money coming in because I know how hard this is. And you want them to keep going. I almost quit 1,000 times. And if I knew how hard this was when I started, I would have never done it. I honestly wouldn't have. AJ, can you talk about Mount Shasta? I did a whole episode on it. That's a good one. Where are you, Danny?
He's right here.
Okay.
I'm making food, so he's yelling because he wants food.
Oh, he wants food. Oh, and the deviled eggs.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, sweet boy. You say hi to the peoples? Yeah. 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 My boy.
He loves his daddy.
I hand raised them from when the little ones. Does AJ do Heckle-Fish's voice as Hunter Biden's laptop? No, he does his own voice. Who does your voice?
Right.
It's a weird question. But Hunter, that is a funny username. It's too soon. I think it's too soon. Hello, fuzzy face, the cat. Jay Bice says a tuxedo. That's the only kind that are permitted. I guess it's a version of racial profiling I do, if I'm being honest. Tuxedo cat. This is the only ones that I'll permit. Tuxedo cat, male boy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pink nose.
Pink nose.
That's it. There he is. And if you follow those rules, you'll never go wrong. And now I've added the fourth rule, which is Maine Coon.
Maine Coon.
Maine Coons are the best.
Yes.
Lee's wondering if there's candied yams. There's candied something I heard earlier.
Chris is going to make candy pecans to put on top of her sweet potato cheesecake.
Oh, good. So we'll throw out that as well. No, it's fine. They make so much food. No, we don't eat all of it. We should find a place to donate our food.
We should.
Because there's going to be so much food. I hate to get rid of it. We're going to throw away 20 pounds of turkey meat. That is a shame.
Well, Nathan's coming and Jake's here, and he eats like
that's
three people.
Yeah, I mean, you just described 550 pounds of men with those two.
Yes.
Fear the Crab Cat. Yes, of course, Fear the Crab Cat. Superman Bass Fisher does his own voice as well. Marcy Shaw giving thanks for the algorithms for the Wi-Fi's finding me. I'm glad that they did. Kevin Smith, thank you, Agent Jen. Love this so much, and you're both looking great. Well, thanks, Kevin.
Thank you.
I'm just catching up in the chat. I wanted to see if you guys wanted to hear more about Naco Mansion. I'll just tell you. I'll just tell you, and then we'll go back to it. My Dragonfly wants to hear about the stoned ape theory. That's on the list. I just have to be careful because that will be marked as promoting illegal drug use. But that is on the list. We'll probably do that with our psychedelics episode, DMT episode. I have to figure out how to do it scientifically, but it is on the list. Stoned ape. And I can be convinced that that's what happened. Elijah Munir, how do you feel about the Neanderthal apex predator theory? Metatron did a video in the past debating it. I covered that theory about 6 months ago, maybe. That's just basically a book report. It's an interesting one. I just want to focus on Hitler. It's probably the first time I've ever said that, but I want to focus on Hitler. But the Neanderthal apex predator theory is interesting because they were the supreme species on the planet for a long time, like more than anybody really realized, where science will say that Homo sapiens began maybe 200, 300,000 years ago. That's true, but Neanderthals were there too, and they were in charge. So if you look at the coverage of the territory that was controlled and dominated by Neanderthals, which were a different branch of hominin than Homo sapiens. We didn't evolve from Neanderthals. That's not true. There was a branch around Cro-Magnon that split off. So we're closely related, but we didn't. But they're not our predecessor. They were different than us, close but different. They controlled. This is, just before the Ice Age got really icy. Europe down through Africa, all across Asia, and even down to there's even been evidence that they've been down in the South Pacific. They basically control the entire planet. Modern humans we were just hiding in caves, trying to figure out how to deal with these people. Where a Neanderthal had a brain the same size as ours, maybe even a little bit bigger. They had language. They had religion, they had culture, they had art, and they were really, really good at war. So they had developed organized combat earlier than Homo sapiens, and they mastered it and almost wiped the human race, made us extinct. It depends on what theory you want to follow. But the Neanderthal apex predator theory says that the human race was down to maybe 50 or 60 people. I don't believe that, but I think it probably could have been like 1,000. You know, when you had maybe 1 million Neanderthals, I mean, they were everywhere. Then something happened, and it happened really, really quickly. And it was just about 50,000 years ago. So yes, Homo sapiens we evolved 200, 300,000 years ago, but most of that time we were just hiding from the Neanderthals. But about 50,000 years ago, something happened. And almost overnight, they were gone. Their DNA is integrated with ours. You know, the science is, you know, Homo sapiens interbred with Neanderthals. That's a nice way of saying it. It was more like they forced interbred us, is what they did.
Yeah.
So that's how that DNA got in there. It didn't get in there with champagne and flowers, I promise. But it's a good story. And Eric DeBay, totally consensual. Yes. I will have you. Please don't. And that's basically the conversation. I'm not even sure there was an apology. Joel Quintero's back. Andrew, would you ever do an episode about Mandela effect? Probably not, because I've covered it many times in a few different episodes. Check out the Back Rooms, Liminal Spaces episode, super fun. I cover Mandela there. Also in Simulation Theory, I cover it. I mean, I specifically get into some Mandela effects. When I first heard about Mandela effect, it was probably from Gino. He started listing off.
I don't know whose phone that. Oh, hey, Google, stop. Hey, Google, cancel. Sorry.
It's okay. It's not a professional operation.
Yes.
Third Thursday of the month used to be Thanksgiving.
It used to be. So he started listing off these Mandela effects, like Berenstain Bears and all these different ones. I'm like, nope. I remember it. My memory is correct. I cannot be stopped. I will not be thwarted by the Mandela effect. And then he goes like this. We were in the car. He goes, you remember the end of Moonraker? I'm like, sure. Moonraker, great James Bond movie, right? Roger Moore, Outer Space, doesn't hold up. Remember the end of it? I said, sure. Go ahead. So Jaws, yeah. Remember it's the girl? And he said, I was 12. Of course, I remember her. Did she have braces? I said, yeah, of course. That's why the joke was so good. They both had braces, you know, so they were made for each other. He said she didn't have braces. And I just went, what? Yes, she did. Nope. And most Mandela effects are just silly and the small little things like, but some of them, and for everyone it's different, you'll find one that will rock your world, that will kind of make reality shake for a second. That was one of them. For sure she had braces. For sure. I get emails still about people angry, insisting that she had braces. Look, they went back and checked the original print of the film. She did not have braces in that movie. I went back and looked. She didn't have them. It doesn't even look right. The joke only makes sense with the braces. So what? All of us at the same time just had the same great idea for a bit. That one got me. And then as I learn more and more about them, there are a few more as well. Zeneba says, yes, they both had braces. Jeep Cam, we don't talk about the Clintons. That's correct. We don't. We leave the Clintons alone. We have no issue with the Clintons.
We don't talk about them.
Joel says, what about the cornucopia at the Fruit of the Loom logo? I've been instructed by Hecklefish to just call that a basket. But yeah, I remember it having the cornucopia. It doesn't. So I forget which episode I go into that and show them. But I think it might be Simulation Theory. But anyway, to answer your question, I cover Mandela quite a here and there when it pops up. To do a whole episode on just that, I think would be kind of hollow. It feels like a BuzzFeed YouTube video, top 20 Mandela effects. It's not really what I do. Instead, the more interesting approach to me is like when I cover Philip K. Dick, the great author. You guys know I'm a huge PKD fan. And you guys all, even if you've never heard of Philip K. Dick, but this audience has, all of his work. All of his work. So, Blade Runner and all of them. But I bring him up because of Man in the High Castle. So Man in the High Castle, I guess this kind of ties into our story. Man in the High Castle is an alternate history story. It's what the world is like if Germany and Japan won World War II. And it's a super great read. Basically, the West Coast is occupied by Japanese forces. East Coast is occupied by Nazi forces. And it's a story of American resistance. And it's a pretty cool story. Very, very detailed. So when asked, about his world building and details, it was so weird. He said, well, I got all the details so specific because it really happened. And I was like, what did you just say to me? What do you mean? So what I want you to do, if you're into Mandela and alternate history and different dimensions and spin-offs of universes, look for him giving a talk in France. It's like 1977 or so. It's about an hour talk, maybe 40 minutes. I should keep these links like in a sheet because I bring up the same ones over and over. He's doing a book tour or something, right, in the late 70s. And he's super famous for all these movies and TV shows. And what is it? Oh,
I don't know. Is it something?
oh,
Is it something from the she gave the cat?
I don't know, but
It's some of the.
it's mushy and it's wet.
It's from the. It's a filling from the
Deviled
deviled
eggs.
eggs.
Oh,
Over there.
I have no idea. It didn't look like anyone had tracked it though. It was like a splotch, like someone had taken a spoon and.
it just looked like a little yellow piece of plastic or something. I went to touch it and it was mushy, which when you own cats is never a good
No.
sign.
I don't know how it got over there.
It'll say, what color is it? It's pretty much the same color as that blanket you saw earlier.
Hey,
Told you.
be nice about my blanket.
So he's in France and he's there to promote a book or whatever. And he has this whole room of fans excited to hear Philip K. Dick talk, because I would be. And they're just super excited to hear him talk. And boy, he does. He doesn't really get into promoting his books or anything. He talks about his theories. And he says that we are living in a sophisticated, artificial, simulated universe. He doesn't know who runs it, but he knows it's real. And there are all these other parallel universes around us all the time. You guys know this theory. Well, Philip K. Dick not only believed it, he wrote his stories based on it. So he said, the Man in the High Castle, the Nazis winning the war, happened. I lived in that world for a dream or a moment or whatever. He said, but it happened. We should probably just get soft closed lids for the toilets at this point. Every time someone goes in there, I just hear wham!
All the ones at the office are, so.
Just wham! Like, take that, toilet. Take that. All right. Who's your daddy, toilet? Anyway, so Philip K. Dick said this version of history happened and he lived it. He dreamed it. And he said during one of his dreams, he even predicted a certain woman would visit him at a certain time at a certain place, and she showed up. Now, maybe he was making it up. You watch him give this talk, he believes all of this, and he goes into very, very specific details about these theories. And the best part is when they pan back to the audience, and it's just the people are just looking around like, I just wanted him to, sign the Running Man or whatever. What is this guy's nuts? Well, he was a little crazy, but all geniuses are. All right, let me catch up on the chat. Hey Jay, when you did you cover the Queen We Are the Champions? Yeah, I did put that in there. how the song ends. But that's one of those ones that's, you know, didn't they end it different at the Wimbledon, the big Wimbledon show?
Yes,
So
they did.
where's the talking fish?
That's me in the fishbowl. That's me and you.
We're cooking.
Too. Begging you for money. I need to buy a little more booze. And I don't know if I can do it. Oh no, I need $10. I haven't got enough.
His mic is too low, you guys are saying? Everyone used to say that his mic was too hot. Look, I had so many audio problems. I'm not going to mess with it now. We're lucky to be this far. I had to build the streaming station from scratch at 6 o'clock this morning after writing all night. 3 hours sleep in 3 days. I could do it. Even Navy SEALs were like, damn, kid, you got to get some more sleep. I'm like, I will, Sarge. I got it. Yeah, he was really quiet. I see Victoria just waving her hands like crazy. It's kind of one of my favorite things when they're trying to get my attention, especially if I start to talk like stuff that could get me in trouble. And you see, this is what I see down there. Just waving, and I look down, and the harder they wave, like the more I just like lean into it. I just like lean into it. Yep. And then they found on Hunter Biden's laptop the whole. That story's going to go away. I think deals have been made. AJ is an alien. He don't need sleep. He do, actually. Happy Thanksgiving, Smart Wizard. Good to see you here. Pamela B says, good-looking turkey. You're not so bad yourself, Pam. Oh, you mean the bird. It looks like it's from like a magazine. Definitely doesn't look like the turkey when my mom would try to make it. When mom with turkey or pork chops. Gino, is there anything drier? Ugh. I mean,
it was terrible.
Our parents worked. We're Gen X latchkey kids, you know, so we raised ourselves. But we didn't, you know, it wasn't until later. Hey, Gino, turn down your speakers just a little bit. It wasn't until later that we started cooking. So, you know, when you're like 10 or 11 and mom gets home, it's like, what's for dinner? You never wanted to hear pork chops. You never wanted to hear it. You knew you were going to go to bed hungry that night. It would, as I got older, it was like in the morning I would ask, hey, what's going to be for dinner tonight, do you think? Because then I would know how many like Mr. Good bars to buy when I was watching, you know, G.I. Joe or whatever, you know, fill up. If she says that, you know, they were having a chopped beef, what did she call it? It was just hamburger in a pan with like diced onions. That's it. That
yeah,
was
no
the
sloppy
seasoning.
Joe mix or anything.
No, we didn't have it. What was it? Hamburger? What was it? The sloppy Joe mix? What was that they put in there? Burger Master Special.
Hamburger helper.
Hamburger helper. We didn't have no hamburger helper. We needed those burgers. Needed so much help.
And we had a lot of steaks. They just didn't cook them good.
No, steak was always very. You never wanted to hear that. You wanted my mom to cook soft food.
By high school, AJ was cooking the steaks on the barbecue for us, and I, you know, had to beg him to cook them for me.
And that's why I learned to cook. And no one, and I don't mean to hurt mom's feelings, but I learned to cook pretty young, and people were very impressed. Like, wow, you really know how to make a lot of good stuff. How did you do that? Are you interested in being a chef, or you study culinary stuff? Or I'm like, no, just my mom's cooking so terrible that we got to eat. My brother and I we cannot live on just, you know, the stuffed pockets, pizzas, bagel bites. You know, you can't survive. Well, you know, you
French
can do
toast
pretty
sticks.
well. But you know, Hot Pockets will only get you so far. So I learned how to cook. I don't do it much anymore, but AK says slower cooked pork chops are the way to do it. The way to do pork chops are sous vide. That is the only way, and I'll hear nothing more about it. Get them nice and thick. Sous vide them medium rare. I like my pork chops pink in the middle.
I still have an aversion to them.
You can't do the medium rare pork, huh? That's because the programming from the 1980s and the fluoride in the water. You can eat medium rare pork. It's so much better. Medium rare bird, I don't recommend. Just checking the chat. So I have two chats going. I got all of our super chats lined up, so I'm going to try to get to those, as many of those as I can. But I've also got the main chat with the fast scrolling one. If you have a question for me, if you tag me, I'll see it. Now, I'm not doing that to cause a tsunami of tagging. If you're just going to say, hey, don't do that. But like, if you have a serious question, if you tag me, I will see it. So what are your thoughts on, says Karma 17, what are your thoughts on ginseng waving again? Now they're both doing it. They're both doing this down there. And you know what? I'm not bringing them up on screen. But I usually just read the comment like Ron Burgundy. Maybe she's waving because I should read ahead first. Oh, all right. You know what? Let's just here's the team. The team is here. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
Happy Thanksgiving.
All right. All right. So, Jen, why were you having tremors?
You should do a giveaway.
What?
You should do a giveaway.
Yeah.
Oh, I even forget the link on how to do that. Oh, I got it. I got it. Hang on. I got it. Did you guys see the Star Trek Unification? You guys all watch that? You Trekkies in the chat. If you're interested, I'm almost embarrassed to point you there, but I did a live watch reaction on the Wi-Fi's Backstage channel. Yeah, I almost didn't post it. First, because I do a lot of rambling in it, and I don't like what Star Trek has become, and I express that over and over, even directing at certain directors. Well, maybe I don't want to spoil my reaction, but I had a very strong reaction to the video. So if you're a Star Trek fan, you should check out Unification. You can find it on the Roddenberry Foundation site. I don't know. I don't have the exact link. It's actually, I think it's technically unlisted. But if you go to the Backstage channel, you don't have to watch it there. I have the link underneath. You can just go directly to the video. But if you do want to watch the live reaction, I also have a progress bar at the bottom, so you can skip all my words and just get right to the video. So Carmen's, what are your thoughts on what I feel at minimal worrisome when I say in terms of electricity, energy, and whatnot? I ask, what is Earth's max capacity and what she can safely absorb? I don't know what the question is. If you mean population, don't worry. It's going to be fine. Earth's population is going to be peaking. It probably has peaked already, but it's going to be peaking very, very shortly. The Earth is going to be fine. I don't buy into human arrogance. I don't think the Earth cares what we do, what we're here. Maybe we're hurting the Earth. You know, maybe we're killing our planet. Well, it will kill us back. So I don't worry. I don't worry about it. We're polluting the planet. We're killing the planet. Well, we'll get its revenge. Chill out. Get in your Tesla and woo, get out of here. My car's got 10 cylinders. I put an extra 2 inches to rub it in their face. AJ do a show on psychic vampires. Do I have to? That sounds like I'm Twilight to me.
That's very specific. It's like at the end of or in Cabin in the Woods where somebody said zombies, but then somebody did like zombie murder family. So they won the pool because
yes. Psychic vampires. But that's a good subject though. I don't know if I could do an episode on it, but if You know, if you want to do a Netflix series on psychic vampires, I'm down to check it out. Relema saying Snowball Earth at the Y-Files. I don't know what you're asking. Snowball Earth is not a theory that really happened. The Earth spends most of its time basically covered in ice. We just exist at a lucky time. Most of its time is spent pretty chilly. Even when we were here during the Ice Age, humans couldn't really exist north of maybe the Mediterranean. It was just too cold. Nothing would grow. But the Earth is mostly cold. So when people complain about global warming, I worry about the other one. You know, when the Earth gets warmer, it may not be good for the polar bears, but overall life does better when it's warmer. But if it's colder, that's not good for anybody. Caesar, tardigrades don't care. They'll survive. The water bears cannot be destroyed. Tardigrades can survive in the vacuum of space. It's recently proven. The vacuum of space tardigrades. The super organism. I'm just doing one last check of the chat before we do the giveaway. I don't know what we're giving away. I'll let the ladies say. Stealth, what is the subject you want to do the most? Probably JFK. I think it'd be fun. I don't think we're going to learn anything new during this next administration, though, by the way. Don't get your hopes up like he did last time. Remember last time Trump released a bunch of files, but then pulled a bunch back at the last minute?
Yeah.
And he said he was told to do so. And then he kind of walked it back. He was told it in the best interests of the nation security. He was instructed that it might be a good idea to not release these specific documents. So I don't think we're going to learn too much new. Marcus wants to know, can you do an episode on doppelgangers? People ask me that, but I don't know what the episode is. Doppelganger is just German word for, you know, a double walker. So you're a double. And there's like theories that everyone has a double. My dad had a doppelganger that lived in the same area. We never saw him, or maybe we did. Maybe we're like, hey, there's Dad, but we never saw him. But I don't know what the episode is. To me, what is it about? There's only limited iterations and permutations of certain DNA combinations. That sounds about as interesting as how I described it. 7 billion people, few of them are going to look the same. Unless there's a supernatural element to it, which I don't really believe. Doing one last one. JFK. Check the New Orleans link with JFK. Yep. That came out with the last release of the files. But we knew that link was there. And we also learned recently that Lee Harvey Oswald, for some reason, was at an embassy in Cuba meeting with a KGB assassin squad for 2 hours. Had a great time. It was in the documents. And that was just a few weeks before the murder of Kennedy. They knew that. This is documented. The FBI already had an open file on him. They knew he was there. They knew he was going to be in Dallas that day. And for some reason, someone in intelligence gave a heads up to the media to stop focusing on the things that were going on in Florida at the time, which were in the news, and maybe take a look at Dallas. And that went out like the day before. So whenever that was, November 21st, 22nd, said, hey, you maybe want to keep an eye on Dallas. So those were in documents that came out pretty recently. So you have to go to the other room? She's one of those loud whisperers. You know those, right? So I should go into the other room because he could probably hear me. We can hear that, Chris. But the thing is, she can't hear us. No. She's a loud whisperer. I'll just talk like this. No one will hear. I swear. Her whispers are peaking on my audio. She's in the red.
Somebody said, "Who's that making a move on Jen?" This is our son. So nobody's making a move on me.
No. That's Big J. Jake, where can they find you on Instagram?
Jacob_Wetzel_.
You guys should check out his channel. Check out his drumming videos, all the music stuff he does. He's a musical genius.
Yes.
I've got to be the only parent in history who wants their kid to join a rock band. I'm like, no, Jake's going to school to teach music. Like, oh, you don't want to do that. You can do that anytime. Do that when you're 40. When you're tall and young and handsome and talented, spread that around. Spread that everywhere.
Spread it around.
Amen.
Falling out of the sky. Just pick up a guitar and we'll just walk around places, all tall and thin, and just watch what happens. You're gonna need like a Zamboni from all the ladies.
Zamboni.
Anytime. No, but Jake's very good. I still have the video. I have the video the first time that he ever played piano.
Oh,
When he was a little one. I think I taught him chopsticks, and then about 3 weeks later, he taught me Chopin. It was not fair. Like you want your kids to exceed your skills and talents, but you don't want it to happen like when they're 9. That's embarrassing. I remember once Jake was playing piano or guitar, and I was playing piano or guitar, one or the other, and we were doing Hotel California, and my music was in a different key. And I'm like, let me switch the music. I'm in a different key. He's like, no, just transpose. I'm like, in your head? He's like, yeah, I'll just transpose in my head. If you guys don't know music, you don't realize how hard that is. I'll just transpose. Okay, it's B flat. That's fine. Daniel Starr, what's your inspiration behind the White Files episode of Deja Vu? I talked about Deja Vu in a couple of different episodes, like Simulation Theory. And Philip K. Dick says, remember in The Matrix where Deja Vu is a glitch in the Matrix? The program is changed. That's PKD's idea. So in that talk, he specifically says that. He says a variable in the program is changed that's specifically about you, and your simulation had just got reset. That's why you had deja vu. You felt like you lived that moment before because you kind of just did. They reset the variable, and now you're doing this iteration of it. He goes into it for 10 straight minutes. It's fascinating. Inspiration behind the White Files. We were running a studio in LA in through 2020, which was going very well. We weren't making any money, but we had a bunch of shows. We were just producing. We had a bunch of shows of people, Gino's very connected in like Joe Rogan's sphere and the Comedy Store. So I know we have a lot of Kill Tony fans here. So like during the pandemic, Kill Tony broadcast out of our studio. Josh Wolf did a bunch of shows there with Freddie Prinze Jr. and a lot of people that you know. Kurt Metzger did his show there, which was excellent. Jeremiah Watkins' show was very good, one of my favorites. And of course, Hinchcliffe did a bunch of stuff there, and a bunch of guys I'm forgetting. So anyway, so we had a bunch of these shows that together had millions of subscribers. We didn't really know how to monetize it, but we knew we had something kind of cool, this sort of network of comedy shows. And we had a Roku channel and all kinds of stuff. It was called Better Box. But then the pandemic hit. And now you know me and the government. When the government says you got to shut down, I say, God, I don't have to do that at all. I don't have to do any of that. And the Constitution says I don't have to do any of those things. I remember that when it happened, like maybe it was March of 2020, where Jen walked in my office and she said, they're going to shut down the city. Businesses are going to close. And I actually laughed. I said, you can't just shut down a business. It doesn't matter how big the emergency is. They can drop a bomb in the next county. Businesses have to stay open. We need to keep things open. That's not going to happen. 2 years go by. So anyway, during all that chaos, we stayed open. I defied the orders. I said, I don't care what they say. Let them arrest me. That'd be good, right? PR. But it didn't matter because our talent wouldn't come in. And then, everyone they come in with the masks on and it was just like, it wasn't working. It was falling apart. Couldn't really afford the rent. And then Black Lives started to matter. And if you guys are interested in the full story on this, if you look on the channel, it might've been the New Year's episode from 2 years ago. I actually it's about a 15-minute episode where I tell all of this and it gives some visuals. People who weren't in LA don't really realize when we talk about how the city was burning and like police were being assassinated in the streets and police cars were set on fire and overturned and stuff. that was what it was. It was like you walk down Sunset Boulevard and go, I wish we can go to Beirut right now. You know, it would be nice to just spend some time in Lebanon in 1978. It was bad. So one night we're driving home and there's a mob of protesters with baseball bats breaking their way into Foot Locker or something. This is on Hollywood and Highland. If you guys know that city, it's like one of the busiest parts of the city. They're smashing through the stores, and it's terrifying to see for yourself, 3 feet away. Then one of the guys with his bat turns toward us in the truck. And then I end up doing 30 miles an hour in reverse down Hollywood Boulevard. And Jen's like, you're going to kill somebody. And I said, if there's anybody in the street right now, that is not my problem. And we started packing the next day. So we were out of work. We bounced around. We went to Scottsdale for a while. Jen got a job for working for Explosum, who you guys might know, Cyanide and Happiness, that cartoon. We lived in Dallas for a while. I was freelance editing here and there, and I just thought maybe I was not really into YouTube before we did our thing. Jen was. I thought it was stupid. I come from traditional TV. I thought that was where people watch stuff. I didn't realize nobody watched TV anymore. And then I learned that YouTube is really where the future of media is. And I thought, well, I've been a professional producer, a writer, an actor, a host, an editor for major networks for real money. So I can do this. So I thought I'd give it a shot. And it turned out that it's the hardest thing that I ever did. And I was terrible at it. But I wanted to do a show that was weird science. So the content is inspired by Twilight Zone, Art Bell, Bill Nye the Science Guy, that kind of stuff. The theme of the show is inspired by Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood and Pee-wee's Playhouse. I wanted to have sort of some kind of a wacky, fun set with characters, like Cherry and that kind of thing. I wanted that sort of thing. And Hecklefish was the first character. I've tried others; they did not work. I have an idea for another one. We'll see if he works. And I just started doing videos. The first video I ever did actually was on math, just weird math patterns that I found interesting. And nobody watched for years and years. And then they just started watching. So the short answer, what was the inspiration? I needed a job. That's what's so funny. It was like, I'm going to do this. I'll do this. We can make some money. I can make a living at this. No, you can't. You can make a living at YouTube. It's so improbable. And I say it in that video. I think maybe when we hit 1 million subscribers, I was like, I have no business even being here. I did a backstage video where they sent the gold button, and you could see it in my face. Like, I'm just like, I don't even know why anyone watches this thing. But
you still say that.
I do. Like that's not false humility for you guys. I walk around with people like, oh, you're at 1 million views in 20 hours. I'm like, okay, great. I didn't think anyone would like any of that. But when I started doing the content, what I knew was that there would be a group of people that shared my sense of humor. My Generation X, non sequiturs, callbacks, world building type of humor that I grew up with. I see people say "fear the crab cat" in the chat. Only fans know what that means. But if you're a fan, you know what that means. When you see a baby seal fetus in a well, you know what's up. And you'll see that stuff out in the wild. So people buy merch for Gertie, who loves to dance. Gertie we developed her for sponsor ads. So we have people that buy merch based on commercials we make, for like money-saving apps. But we come up with a good bit and it just sticks. And we make the sponsor ads part of the world building. And it gives me an opportunity to sort of expand on the characters, expand on the lore, but also give you more content so that when I'm doing sponsor ads, you don't hate them. It's like, well, I know he's going to talk about Delete Me and my personal data, but let's see how does Gertie get out of the Turkish prison alive? How does she do it? I got to find out. Does she dig her way out with her hooves? Does she hide a spoon? What does she? How does she get out of the Turkish prison? Maybe she doesn't want to get out. Those were a lot of fun in the 40s. So I knew that there was Victoria knows what's up. So, she watched Lawrence of Arabia. She's with me. So I knew that there would be a group of people who like got my method. So my target was like 50, 60, 100,000 people in a few years, and be enough that I can make a living, and it would just be us. It would be a community of like weird people with the same weird sense of humor. I didn't think it would be millions. I honestly don't think it is. I think it's us who's here. I mean, 15,000 people is a lot of people on a live stream.
On a holiday.
On a holiday. It's a lot of people. Thank you. But the people who are here, that's us. That's the community. We're all weird. Like I say it at the end of every episode, the best Patreon perk, I'm going to do a Patreon plug now, is I do these live streams for Patreon members twice a week privately. So there's 15,000 people here and the chat's going crazy. That's great. But for the Patreon members, there's 80 people in there. You know, maybe it'll get up to 150, maybe 200 at the most. And you can jump up on stage with your webcam and talk to everybody. And you talk to all of us. We're all on it, the whole team. And I think it's the best perk there is. For just a couple of bucks, you support the channel, but it's a way to really engage with us. But what I'm getting at is, like in the chat inside the Patreon, we know that's our people. So like if someone recommends a book, I know I'm going to like it. I don't even need to know if someone says you got to read this book, I'll just read it because we all are into the same stuff. We're all cut from that same cloth. They're just the same right kind of weird. Arthur Letts wants to know how about an episode about the Shroud of Turin. That's coming up. We're doing an episode on religious artifacts. You know, I was going to say, I think I'm going to debunk that one, but now I'm second guessing myself. There's some new stuff going on with the Shroud. James Johnson is still waiting on Russell Crowe and Hecklefish. I mentioned this in the Patreon chat. Maybe I shouldn't say it here. Maybe I can't say it here.
No.
Watch it. He's not listening.
I know, but radio rules say you can't just leave it. You can't not deliver.
There's possibly a project coming up where we could be working with Russell Crowe.
There's possibly a project coming up where Russell Crowe and Hecklefish will have a conversation. Yes? Is that safe?
That's good.
It's safe. So I have an idea for the giveaway. I think you do a word.
What's the word? What is the giveaway word?
Thanksgiving.
Okay.
Aww.
That's
I know
but
it's
people
boring, So, and then we'll choose a person, and then you just reach behind you and grab an item out of the box after you choose a winner, and
just reach around.
You'll just do a reach around, and then and then we'll just do that several times until the box.
Yeah, you just reach around several times until we're completely empty and satisfied.
So exactly.
Yeah. Well, we'll make sure that box gets emptied out. Is that fair to say? Here's how the contest works. If you're new here, just type the word Thanksgiving in the chat. Type the word Thanksgiving, just the way you see it, one word. If you misspell it, it won't work. And we will randomly draw, and we'll be drawn from the chat. And then I will give you a reach around and pull something out of the box. And we'll just keep doing that until we have had our. Yes?
Yeah.
The After Files contest is so easy to play. Type the word that you see, and it could be your lucky day. You might take your certificate to the My Files store. $50 to spend on merch and so much more.
He made a song.
We did.
Or if you're feeling daring and want something unique,
So good.
15 minutes with Victoria's Speed will definitely make your week. Type that word and cross your fingers for a prize that can't be beat. Will it be a shopping spree or time with Victoria's Speed?
The Wild Files House band, ladies and gentlemen. Nice job, fellas.
I'm so glad the audio's not good on the song.
Yeah, it's low. It's low. Next time it won't be. Let me read some super chats while we're waiting for the Thanksgiving.
Okay, I gotta hop off because I gotta go check the food.
Oh, good heavens! What am I going to do? Anyway, Bet's talking for $5. Is Hecklefish having stuffed crab cat for dinner? No, I'm not sure, but it's possible. Quam Sledgehammer, very reliable. Happy Thanksgiving to all the Wi-Filers out there. I'm thankful for my real life family and so happy to be a small part of this great online Wi-Fi house family. Thanks, Quantum. Amazing supporter of the channel. Couldn't do it without people like him. Oh, I'm not putting them up. You got to click them. I'm just so out of practice.
You think this passes for a live stream? Think again.
You didn't even notice you weren't putting them up.
Dennis Jaguar for 10 Canadian. Happy Thanksgiving. Same to you and yours, Dennis. Or is it Denis? He's French. I don't know. There's Danielle Champagne. Thank you for the 5. Lita Morgan with a $20 super sticker. I appreciate that. There's Zeb, the superfan Francis for $5. Happy plus-sized dead bird and Thanksgiving Day all. I got you. AJ, I'm going to Tashi Station to pick up some power converters tomorrow. Let me know if you need anything. I don't think I need anything from Tashi, but don't leave without checking to make sure those droids work. Those R4 units, they don't do well in the dry weather. Everyone knows that. Zeb Francis again for 10. And the Lord spake, saying, first shalt thou take out thy holy pin, and then shall count to 3. No more, no less. 3 shall be the number thou shalt count, and the number of the counting shall be 3. Thou shalt count 1, 2, and 3. Thou shalt not count to 4. I forget how it goes. 4 is right out. Hot sauce lover, happy Turkey Day. Same to you, hot sauce. C. Litton for $19.99. You guys should start touring like Ballin and others. I'd much rather see you guys, y'all. Our folks want us to do that. They want us to do a road show, like 20 cities, but I can't even keep up with the episodes. So I don't know how I would do that. But it is something we're going to do. It'd be a lot of fun to do these shows in person. And I have some ideas of how to make them fun, how to make them very interactive, get everybody involved. So look for that. I don't know if we'll get to it this year because I got to focus on the podcast and we got to get that second studio built and start bringing in some fun people to talk to. But maybe next year. There's Copium Poppies for 20 howdy. We're longtime viewers, first-time Super Shatters. We are an independent band that just unleashed our first music video upon the world on Halloween. Let the views, likes, and subs flow. All hail Lord Hecklefish. All right, we'll go check out Comium Poppies for their new video. I would check it now, but you'd copyright strike me.
No, he said he wouldn't He said he wouldn't.
I'm not falling for that again. I played the dude's music and he ended up monetizing my whole video. Oh, I had my revenge. Double tap Ranger Outdoors. 27 Canadian. That sounds like a cool place to hang out. Shoot some guns. James Dorsey for 10, love the show. Joining Patreon after this. I appreciate that. Thanks, guys, for the awesome productions. Never fails to entertain. Well, I appreciate that. Joining Patreon is definitely the best way to support the channel. It's not expensive. And I think you'll appreciate the perks. And the community is really tight over there. There's Lord Wishart. Lord Wishart for £10. Happy Thanksgiving for the team from the UK. Nearly a Monday night here, but happy for an After Files Live. Shame you all don't get all of this. Shame you all don't get all of this, X.
We don't get all the money.
Oh, you mean all the money? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, after YouTube takes their cut and the government takes their cut. Yeah. I don't see most of it. There's Amanda Sandia there for $5. Nice hat. I bought the Go Hecklefish deck for my Thanksgiving gathering. That's awesome. I hope you guys had fun. I wish we had more time to make the game more, I don't know, complicated. I wanted to do something like Uno, but I couldn't really come up with a good rule set. But if you don't know the deck, I don't know if we have it. If I could search it. Oh, there we go. What's great about them, even if you don't want to play, is each card is one of our characters. And bless you. And only the hardcores will know all of these. There's Apollo 20. There's Annabelle. There's me on Pee-wee's bike. Men in Black. There's me with Bob Ross. Remember that video? It took me like, I don't know, a year, 50 videos before I started thinking like, all right, this is getting okay. I remember when I started.
20%.
Go ahead.
They're 20% off right now for Black Friday.
Black Friday, 20% off.
Domestic. Yeah, domestic
I
shipping.
remember when I got started, one of these YouTube experts said, just start making videos. You're going to hate your first 10 anyway. I was like, nah, my first 10 are going to be awesome. I hate the first 50 of them. They're terrible. And I hate something about every single episode. But we're getting better. Some ways worse, but most ways better. Short Bus Driver, good to see you back for 10. Merry holidays and happy Turkey Day. Glad you and the crew are still going. We're still going. Chugging along. Nikki Goldenheart has a question for Victoria. When will there be more Hecklefish stuffies?
They're coming soon. We're waiting to hear when they clear customs. So we should know soon, and I will announce it to all.
Clearing customs just got a whole lot harder.
Yeah.
We may have to make those in a good old USA, but I guess that's the point. Be happy to do it. If any of you guys want it down to sew. I mean, when we first here's how crazy it is. When we first had the idea for the plushies, Jen said, "I'll just make them."
Yeah.
Did you hear her cackling? I'll just make them.
It's so true.
No, you won't.
I was gonna make them.
You were gonna make them?
I was gonna make them. Okay, did you pick a winner?
No,
not yet.
Well, we're gonna do several winners. So pick one and then reach around, and then we'll run it again.
She's bossy when she's waiting on the reach around. All right. Thanksgiving. Get your Thanksgiving in. Last call for Thanksgiving. And we'll do one last super chat before we draw. There's solar for 150 of those things. Yahtzee, happy Thanksgiving, AJ, Jen, and everyone from Israel with love. Shalom aleichem, my friend.
Oh, we can't hear him.
Poor Portland.
Portland.
Portland going through a little bit of a rough patch. Portland's going to be coming back. You'll see. All right, clicking draw. Let's see who gets the reach around. There's Perth. There's Sam, Jay, Gypsy, Tyler, Fam, and Dark Fox, Steve Miller, Trent, Mac, Ray, Adam, Merck, Andrew, Good at War, Queen of OC, Kevin Venture, Gambino, Michael Murray, Sarah Beaver. Woo! Big win for the Beeve. Sarah Beaver. I'm going to reach around for Sarah Beaver right now.
Yep.
I mean, you can't write this stuff.
You can't.
So what do I do? Is it
grab something.
Yes. Or
It's a surprise.
I just take it?
Use a surprise. Yay!
All right. Vanna, will you show us what this is? What Sarah Beaver won?
Sarah Beaver, you have won one of the official Y-Files holiday sweaters.
Ooh.
So it says Merry Fishmas on it. It's got Hecklefish, aliens, snowmen, Christmas balls.
It's so ugly.
And we'll pick your size. So email Victoria, Victoria at thewifiles.com, and she will get all your information and we'll get this in the mail to you. Yay!
Very nice. You could see me and Hecklefish sporting those in my almost pitch perfect parody of Bing Crosby and David Bowie singing Little Drummer Boy. I mean, with your eyes closed, you couldn't tell the difference between me and Bowie.
No, not at all.
No, of course not.
Yeah,
And
absolutely not.
the holiday sweaters are part of our Black Friday sale, and Victoria can tell you because I don't know the details.
I don't
We
either.
already have them. We already have them reduced down to $30, I believe, and now they're 20% off. So
20% off.
And when you get them, tag us so we could repost it for the holidays.
yeah, we would love that.
What does that mean? Like in social media?
Yeah.
Okay. You know,
At OMG the Y Files on Instagram.
oh, that's right. At OMG. Let me put that in the chat. That's how to find us on the social. Oh, at OMG the Y Files. And 3 shall be the counting. That is,
number of the
counting shall be
three.
that was Zeb's message. 4 is right out.
4 is right out.
Copium Poppies is back, really pushing hard to get people on that music video. No content. Feel free to play our music video and stream. Oh, we won't copy. See, I didn't read
told
ahead.
you.
The simulation is always listening. I'm not going to do that.
I know you're not.
Step into my web. Already fell for that bit.
No, really, I won't.
No, you can trust me.
I won't do it.
Look at my avatar. Look how trustworthy my avatar is.
My high school drama teacher always said, "Never trust a man who's me."
Who says
Go
what?
ahead. You had a high school drama story.
I was just saying.
Everyone, hold on to your seats.
Well, now I'm not going to say it because now it's not going to come across well.
The stage is all yours. You have the boards, as they say.
I don't want the boards.
Oh, well, get out of here. Go back to the turkey.
Touch your face.
There she goes. Jenny was a theater brat, and you've seen her on every TV show you've ever known. Check out her IMDb. But don't leave any comments. I already know she's hot. You don't need to remind me. It's creepy. This is me for $4.99. When are we having a life-size AJ plushie? Ugh. That sounds gross. I wish you were the first person to ask for that, but you're not. But I mean, we do have the U2s. I mean, those are a thing now, right? We sell those.
Mm-hmm. Well,
sort of. I don't want to bring merch up again. I feel I'm too much plugging. Celia Ray B. O'Neill for £2. Happy Thanksgiving to you all. Love from. Is that the Swedish flag? I can't. This is the wrong glasses. My whole setup is a mess. I'm everything because it's too. I need the amber to see, but this is where I need to be for this to work. Maybe that's all right.
Just stand here.
That's right. I just need it.
Do you want a stool?
Speaking, I do have a sampling. I guess I could sit like this. I just put my butt out toward the reach around box. We've got Jake Bagley for $5. I mentioned Hitler many times in my trivia column, and it seems to get more readers interested. Go figure. I don't think that means that we're supporting him. It's an interesting story. You're not going to even believe who's next in the super chat. Copium Poppies is here. By the way, they have a new music video up on their channel. Go check it out. Found your channel by how much? Are there any more? How much?
No, I think I deleted the other 5. No.
Were there more?
There were more,
Copium,
but not 5.
You're not the first person to play this game. Like, hey, I'll do 4 super chats for $2 each. It's $8 out. I respect it. Found your channel via suggested videos. One of my coworkers did as well. Pretty sure the algorithm favors you. Not lately. Hang on. I gotta delete some of these so I don't lose my place.
Oh, I did. I've been.
Oh, there's my goat. Go ahead, goat for $1.99. Good to see you back, Mike. Happy Thanksgiving, AJ and crew. Same to you and the goat family. Appreciate your support. There's Big H for $23.99. Thank you very much. That's a very generous tip. Keep you with the great work. Happy Thanksgiving from Dublin, Ireland. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate your support. Vermilion King 10 for 10. Do you plan on doing an in-depth episode on Atlantis specifically? If you look for the episode I did on Lemuria, that's a good one about Atlantis, because it's Atlantis. It's Atlantis, but it's also Lemuria, but it covers the war between the two civilizations, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
So that's worth checking out. That also connects to Mount Shasta. So if you want to learn more about Atlantis, that's Mount Shasta is allegedly home to the survivors of Atlantis or Lemuria, depending on the theory you believe. The city underneath the mountain is called Telos, the city of light. So that's a cool episode. That's the Mount Shasta video. Dragon Tech Gaming, good to see you back. I was wondering something. Who does the voice for Hecklefish? He does his own voice, Dragon Tech. Who does your voice? Is the answer. Mythical Mail for 2. The IRS are the... Does someone need attention?
Someone needs attention.
All right, now do the escalator. It kind of fell off there. Escalator got a little wonky at the end there.
Steep escalator.
It was a steep one. All right, now do the elevator.
Oh.
There she goes. Nicely done.
Thank you.
We watched Austin Powers the other night. Still.
Oh, God.
That's a good time. I was going to ask her to do the steps, but I know her quads can't handle it.
Nope.
Jake Hanrahan for $4.99. Good to see you, AJ. Hope recovery is going well of the channel. Don't worry about the recent schedule. People forget it. People forget the channel's free. They do forget that. Like people get so angry, that they demand a new episode, or they hate the episode was so short. Well, I give refunds. If there's an episode that you didn't like, I will refund your money for it. This isn't pay-per-view. I didn't like the video. Okay. Do something else while you're on the toilet than leave comments on videos. Oh, you're not. You can't write this. Next up, we got Copium Poppies for $5. By the way, they have a new video.
I deleted it.
Released on Halloween. Check out their channel. Now I have. I knew they would do. Now I have to know what the song is. I can't play it here, but now I'm going to go watch, and it better be good.
It better be good.
If it's not good, I'm going to do a reaction video on it. So you'll get your views, but you're going to get some comments. I'm going to do a live reaction. I'll do shot by shot of your music video. You should listen to Marilyn Manson's new album, One Assassination Under God, as well as his album, Hollywood. Lots of JFK references. Yeah, huge Manson fan. I haven't listened to him recently, but a huge Marilyn Manson fan and of the whole genre.
Oh,
so that gives me an idea what your music type is and what your music videos like. That'd be good. I mean, that avatar and the music, I'm thinking videos like Tool, Tool's videos, Gino? Like broken dolls and dark basements. Like someone was definitely hurt down here. Those upsetting videos. I've been listening to a lot of Tool lately. Huge Maynard fan. JG for 5. Thank you for that. With things going on now, are you afraid of nuclear war with Russia and maybe even China? I am not. I'm not afraid of nuclear war with either of those. Russia and China both want peace much more badly than we do. Remember that. They want peace much more badly than we do.
Also, the UAPs won't let it happen.
That's true.
Right.
The aliens won't let it happen.
They won't.
So remember, Russia didn't start the war in Ukraine. The CIA did. Jester for 20. Everybody knows that. Jester for 20. Please do Jane Roberts and the Book of Seth. That might be on our list.
Well, if not, it is now.
Oh, what? We lost 100 viewers because I said the CIA started that war? I'm just kidding. We didn't. We picked up 50. World on Fire for 5 Canadian. So excited. Can you do an episode about the history of witches? Deep dive into Mandela Effect. Ice Wall. Ice Wall is an interesting one. Witches, I don't know. I would need a specific angle because I don't find witches super fun because I don't believe in them.
Right.
But if there was a good story there, I'd do it. Remember during the witch trials, witches were actually hung. They really weren't burned. That was rare. Little fun fact about murder. Little fun fact. By the way, witches float. You know what else floats?
Turn a punch bowl.
Very small rocks.
Oh yes. Very sorry. I forgot we were doing Monty Python.
Yeah, very small rocks.
A witch.
So therefore, she must be.
Which isn't my nose. It's a false one.
Well, we did do the nose. But she's a witch. Burn! All right.
And the hat.
And we did that. And the hat. It was very early in our courtship. I put that on. And when Jen started quoting Monty Python along with the movie, I was like, jackpot. Red or Duck for $4.99. Love my Fear the Crab Cat hoodie. Need more sweater options, please. All right. Well, the lady to tell is there right now. More sweater options. And for sweater, we mean like hoodies, right? We don't mean like those ugly sweaters that were given to Beaver. Her name is Sarah Beaver.
Yes, Sarah Beaver.
Do not laugh at her. You don't think that's the first laugh that she has heard in her life? Can you imagine her first day of school, 12, 13, 14 years old? And Beaver, she's up front in the class. They say her name early. So they Sarah Beaver, your 7th grade, present, and everyone's laughing. Everyone's whose name begins with like C through like I. No one heard it because everyone's laughing. Poor Sarah.
Yep.
I respect
In
that she
Thousand
hung
Oaks, my last gynecologist was named Dr. Beaver in Thousand Oaks, California. I'm not lying.
Jake, cat.
Don't let my cats out.
Look
Sarah,
it up.
You know, we're joking, of course. Silly After 5, thank you for all you do. Have you ever done a Jack the Ripper episode? I haven't. I usually don't do the murdery kind of episodes because they get demonetized. And for some strange reason, a lot of families and kids watch this show. First of all, don't let them do that. Don't let them watch the show. But since you do, I try to avoid the murdery stuff, and the rapey stuff. So sort of the general rule is anything that with a victim, I avoid. But the What Files is coming up, and that's going to be nothing but victims. So they have all the murder and abuse and just horrible things that people do to each other.
But I'll talk about it.
But she'll talk about it. Vicious Spiral Alpha. No more copium poppies. Oh, they're coming up. They're coming up. Hang on, we'll get to them in a second. Thank you, by the way, for tuning into the Copium Poppies broadcast this evening. Appreciate their support. I mean, and don't think I haven't noticed that their super chat numbers are going down. Like we're down to 5. Look, yeah, there's another one. There's 5. Let me see how many copiums we got. I'm scrolling. There's another one. Okay. Yeah, I'd like to just delete them and just go watch the stupid video. But if they're there, I'm gonna read them. Fisher says, thanks, Agent, for the many hours of entertainment you, Heckle Fish, and your crew managed to bring to the world. Seen all your videos thrice at least. That show on YouTube. Keep up the good work. Greets from Belgium. Oh, well, mercy, my friend. Or Donka. Copium Poppies for 5. Fact. Pork flavored stovetop is superior to homemade stuffing. You see this? See how they're just stretching? See how they're just stretching? What's the next one? Van Halen was much better with David Lee Roth than Sammy Hagar. Here's $2. But that is true. Johnny Topside, thank you for the $5 super sticker. I don't know why you use your mugshot as your avatar, but that's cool. There's All Canadian Reptile Girl. There's a channel that I'd like you to go check out and follow if you're into creepy, crawly things and lizards. Hey, Jay, glad I can make the stream. Glad you could as well. She gave the channel its first ever shout out way back in the day. It was very, very new. Oh, there's Scroats McGoats. When to Goon collab? When? I really don't do collabs. it's not I'm not really against them. I just don't know how it would work. I keep the format very specific and consistent on the Y-Files because I want, when you go to the channel, I want you to know what you're getting. I follow a lot of channels that do different formats, and I like the creators, but there are certain formats that I like that they do better. So when I go to their channel excited for new episode, and it's like, oh, it's just a podcast today. I don't want that. So when you go to the Y-Files, you see the Y-Files. So if I do collabs, I think I would probably do something like maybe have Wendigoon come into the studio and we can talk about weird stuff if he wants. But I do love the avatar. That's the Romulan ambassador from by the pale moonlight, Deep Space Nine, Great Deep Space Nine episode. Oh, Coconut and Poppies is here. Idea for Thanksgiving meal for Hecklefish: stuffed crab cat. All right. By now, everyone has watched their video, so I think we can skip them from now on. Into the Storm for 5 Canadian. Have you ever covered the?
Sorry. Cat bowl, we're good. Nothing broke.
Oh, my heart.
When you have a live stream while people are trying to cook.
I have never covered the octopus murders. I don't know why anyone would want to kill them. But if you email me, we'll check it out. Victoria laughing about. She thinks I misunderstood that one.
Whoops.
That one's on our list.
All right, Octopus Murders on our list. Ty Webb for $10 found the Y-Files about 2 years ago. Now it's my favorite thing to watch. Thanks to all you guys for all you do. Have a great Thanksgiving. Well, thanks very much, Ty. Appreciate your support. Jonas is in the chat saying, "Can you tell them to keep it down?" I try.
It's time to pick another winner and do a reach around.
It's time for a reach around.
Can you just spin it again for Thanksgiving, right?
Don't we want to do a different word?
Why?
Oh, I thought
we lose people. Just spin it.
I don't think I can. I think I screwed it up and we have to do it again. Do you want to do the same word again?
People have just been typing Thanksgiving for
All right.
the last 15 minutes.
All right, then we'll just do Thanksgiving so we don't have to come up with a word. If you're new to the stream, we usually do a different word every time.
Oh yeah, you'll do reach around next.
I will not let us get away with that. You know that. You're supposed to be keeping an eye on me.
Sorry.
Because I'll do it. I was about to say it like, I don't know why they didn't let this word through. And I was about to say the word that I used, but I can't even say it because it was filthy.
Yes.
We don't need all the entries blocked.
Dead Inside. What about MH370? Maybe.
It's on the list.
It's on the list. We're looking
It's
at
getting
it.
a lot more play because of the UAP hearings.
Yeah, that will all die down. We'll learn nothing. I promise. Money on it. Jaster for 5. Please look at the Jane Roberts in the Book of Seth. I think we got that already. Yeah, Michael just says cat. Oh, he must have seen my boy in the background. There's actually 2, but Bean won't come out with all the racket. I don't blame him. I'm like him. I hide. The other one's like the wife. Always wants to be around people. Mysterious vortexes of time. See that? I want to say vortices, but Hecklefish, he requires me to say vortexes of time. Hudson Valley UFOs and Whitley Strieber abduction. Hudson Valley UFOs could be good. Whitley Strieber, I don't know what new we would bring to it. That Whitley Strieber is the author of Communion, maybe the most famous abduction incident ever. I don't know what new I could bring to that story. Unless you just want to hear me tell it, I could do a book report on Communion. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I can bring anything special to it. I mean, can I do a better job than Christopher Walken did? No way. Can you? David the Fifth to David V for 2. Love your videos. Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you very much, David. Appreciate the support. Wake up and shut up 499 AJ. Happy Thanksgiving. Same to you. Wake up. Make sure you're typing Thanksgiving in the chat to get your reach around award. John B for 99. I miss these lives so much. I did too. I did too. We're bringing them back. I promise. Just taking some time to get back on the rails. You know, I took some time off to recover, and right from the first day back, I've been basically in the office again with no sleep. So right back to it. And I was almost out this week with the Hitler escape episode, but then I found all that new stuff. So now what am I supposed to do? Not tell you about? It's such a good story. So I have to rewrite half the episode.
He does it every time we give him something good. We're like, this is going to be easy. And then he just researches the hell out of it. And oh, look what I found.
And the thing that a lot of creators miss with the story, because we're so America focused, is this happened in Argentina. So I was looking at police reports from Paramalta and Patagonia and all these areas down there. I don't speak Spanish, but I can get around. So I was digging through the police reports, like maybe there are reports of sightings that happened during this time. And it turns out that there's one documented report from the police commissioner of, I think it's Nicosia down there. I'll have the right name in the episode. They got a report that there were soldiers on the beach. Officers were dispatched. This is all documented. They were German soldiers. They were signaling to an unknown ship in the harbor. They couldn't make out what the signals were. The officers didn't do anything. They were chased off by the German soldiers who were heavily armed. They go back to the station. They gather some more officers to go out to the beach. Everybody's gone, but there are these tire tracks, jeep tracks that just go off toward the mountains, toward what we later learned to be Analco Mansion, where Hitler was allegedly taken. Jason Wright for Fortnite, I find it really concerning that Bayer, who was started by the Nazis, has a product called Roundup. Yeah, it's hard to get hecklefish jokes into a Hitler episode. I gotta tell you,
I bet.
Like that one that you wrote, I wouldn't put it in there. So he's funny in it, but we don't make fun, if that makes sense, because it's not a super fun. It's not a super funny story. Liberty Troll, can you do a video on young Earth theory? I don't know. That's like one step away from flat Earth to me. I could definitely do one debunking it, but then I would get slammed in the comments because the young Earth believers, they believe it and they let you know it. So I don't know. If there's a story there, I'll do it. But that's why I don't cover flat Earth. It's too many. There's too many flat earthers. I just don't want it.
Nope.
Which is a shame because there are some fun theories about it. Like I'll sit on Rumble because you can't find them on YouTube and watch 2 hours of flat Earth videos, and I walk away like, it may be flat. It might be. The moon might just be a projection. It may all be flat. And it takes me a while to kind of reset because obviously the moon isn't a projection. It's a hollow alien spacecraft brought here from the other side of the galaxy. Everybody knows that. Check out our Hollow Moon episode. The Hollow Moon episode is one of the few episodes that turned me from huge skeptic to ardent believer. The moon is weird. And the Hitler escapes one is another one. And crop circles. I think that's about it. Those episodes that I went into just as skeptical, just to tell the story, and came out like believer. Crop circles are 99% fake. 1% real. B. Krampus, thank you for the $5. And if you haven't seen that episode and you're new to crop circles or you're into them, to check it out. It's a long one. And I get into this. I prove how it's real with scientific evidence, not theories, right down to the science. Like certain crop circles have microscopic spheroids of metal scattered in the stalks around them. That's hard to do with boards and rope. And those particular circles, the stalks are bent and not broken. And at the bend, they are elongated. The only way to do that is with high frequency microwave energy. Can't do that with ropes either. Mick says, love you guys. Happy Thanksgiving from Double Iron. Thank you very much, Mick. I appreciate that. Of course, is a Mick from Ireland. I'm joking. Of course. James Dorsey from 10. When are doing an episode on the members of the Illuminati? I've already done Illuminati Volume 1 and 2. It's not like I'm sketchy about it. I'm telling you who they are. You know, I'd say this is the guy. The last Illuminati episode, I showed the guy. I even ran him through the Darth Vader voice filter. Like, I can't be more obvious.
We didn't call it volume 2, so that's why most people can't find it. Yeah. We need to probably put volume 2 in it.
Oh, so it's all the same ones. Club of Rome, Trilateral Commission, Council for Foreign Relations. It's all the same ones. It's all
and the symbolism episode.
And the symbolism. That's right.
Yeah.
But the Illuminati, they took a hit a few weeks ago. They took a hit. Natty Dread for 5. Love you guys. You make my day so much better. I appreciate that. I couldn't do this without you. Goldie Alvido Baroa for 50 of those. I appreciate your channel. Thank you. I appreciate the support. Thank you very much.
I'm a fish, I'm a lover, I'm a freak. In the covers, I'm a swimmer, I'm a saint. I do not feel ashamed.
There's a Waller for 5 after Thanksgiving. What's up, AJ? Your show has inspired me in more ways than one as a paranormal investigator. Keep up the good work. Well, that's awesome, Waller. I'd love to hear what you're working on so I could debunk it. I don't believe in ghosts. So I might believe in them a little, but probably not, but maybe a touch. Double Tap is back. Thanks again for your working team. I know a lot of us vets enjoy this channel, helped at night, and escaping for all. Well, I appreciate that, Double Tap. You know that the vets are always close to my heart. And you know I've got your back. Maniac Manaya for 10. Any chance we watch an episode while you wait for that ostrich to cook? Once in a while I'll do the watch-along videos if you want to do one of those.
You're on a roll.
Now, no Pedden for 5 Canadian. Appreciate the support. We're just over 1,000 entries, so it's just about time to pull the trigger on the reach around. Yep. There's Kenneth Godfrey for 10. Would anyone like to build a UFO? Mythical. Oh, this is someone pitching a crypto scam. Is that what that was?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Would anyone like to build a UFO? Yes, a lot of us would. If you look up Mithril coin and it turns out to be some type of crypto thing, don't give him any money.
Don't do it.
Okay, don't do that. Just last week, a friend of mine, a friend of ours, Gary.
Yes.
Father-in-law, tens of thousands of dollars scammed with a crypto scam. He's 90-something years old. There's no get rich quick. Just put your money in Bitcoin and just leave it alone. Can we please cover the Tartarian Empire, please? Says Eskimo Black. It's on the list, but it's a very new urban legend, so it's not fully fleshed out. And it's in order for an urban legend to work, it has to have a strong element of believability. Like even if you're going skeptical, you still want to go, yeah, this could be something that happened. Like maybe you don't believe that the moon is hollow. That's fine. But when I show you that there's seismic evidence that there are hollow sections of it that are proven, and I just start to stack up those pieces of evidence, I'm not trying to necessarily convince you. I'm just trying to show you it's possible. And then I leave it to you to decide. The Tartaria conspiracy theory takes place in the early 20th century. And is a global conspiracy theory about a mud flood and this empire and cover-up. You know, it's hard to imagine San Francisco covered in mud when I know for a fact that, you know, Samuel Clemens was there writing books, right?
Yes.
So there's just not enough there yet. The whole Tartaria conspiracy theory really comes from one guy, and you can find him on YouTube, but it's expanded now. He just needs to work on it some more. That's all. You need to work in some real science to get it. So it'd be like, oh yeah, maybe it's not the whole world. Maybe it's just sections of it. But there are pieces of the theory that are fun, like certain architecture that just suddenly appears, and why there are all these basements that have windows built in them. That's because they weren't basements at the time. They were covered by the flood. That kind of stuff. Francis Hauptman for 2. The 5 most viewed episodes other than Mel's Hole.
Adam and Eve story is the most
Yep.
viewed one that we have.
Most.
I'm just going up the stats.
Okay, that works too.
By views, what do you got?
Adam and Eve story, CIA classified book about the pole shift.
That's a good one. That's a disaster movie story.
Yes. Simulation theory.
Oh wow.
That is the second most viewed.
That's a good one too. And that one won Bongino over, made him a fan.
Yes. Tesla knew the secrets of the Great Pyramid. That's the third one.
That's a fun one. That one I can kind of believe.
Mm-hmm.
So in that episode, I will show you scientifically how a pyramid could be used to create energy with through, I guess, it's electrolysis and chemical reactions and microwaves. It's cool.
It's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
And then Mel's Hole, of course, all of our favorites.
Everybody wants to know what's in Mel's Hole.
And then the last one's the Andrew Dawson story. The
Yeah.
online
Disappeared.
what influencer that found
Mhm.
giants, and then
Yep.
he disappeared.
Yep.
Yeah, and he left a couple of really weird videos that almost seemed like terrorist captive videos.
Yeah.
It's like so everything I said was that's not it was nothing, it was just a joke, and it was really strange.
He kept looking off to the side.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys remember, but that was one of the stories that when the three of us went to your friend Jen's friend's Christmas party, I sat there all night telling AJ, "You got to check out these giants," and he's telling me, "No, there's no giants, there's no such thing." And I'm saying, "There's video, there's people visiting them from the government." I was so sure that this would be such a good episode, and I'm so glad it turned out that way. Of course, I'm a believer. AJ isn't.
Yeah, it's a good story. Excuse me for a
Time
second.
for a reach round.
It's time for reach round. Yeah, it's a good story. I debunked the Giants part, but he's gone. He's gone, and it's all confirmed. I've heard from his family. They actually thanked me for covering him with respect.
Oh,
All right,
I didn't know that.
we ready to reach around?
Yep.
Do it.
I'm trying to hang on. I'm out of practice here. There we go. And there's Christy, Rob, Gary, Teresa, Benjamin, Josie, Robert, Christine, George, Bell, Upgrade, Amy, Coloring, Torginus, Robin, Elijah, Jacob, Dark World, and I am a whorefish. Are these names real?
I don't think her actual name is I'm a whorefish, but
We got Sarah Beaver, and I'm a whorefish.
yep.
We're on a roll.
Oh, a chapeau de Wi-Files.
A chapeau de Wi-Files.
Chapeau de sport.
Wait.
All right, so I'm a whorefish. You just won yourself a
Wi-Files hat.
Pick another one.
You can now buy White Files merch, we swear. Take winning box to Discord and open a ticket there. We'll quickly send your prize to you. My landlord see your I know I made a promise about Victoria's feet. Sadly, that cannot happen, even though it's so sweet.
Of the wall, goodies that feature echo fish. I'm sure you'll find the perfect price to fulfill your every wish.
Pick another one.
Yeah, pick another one.
Pick another one. There's Vicky, Adrian, Christopher, Candy, Ghost, Alex, 2, Luma, Sammy, Hams, Joe, Pete L, Cindy, Justin, Tom, Drunken Backs, a Bad Cherry, Lindsay Gossett, and Stephen Dunn is the winner.
Yay! What's he win?
I'm just kidding. I'm not going to play that whole thing again. He won, oh no.
Y'all email Victoria at thewifiles.com for your prize.
He won this, whatever's in here. I don't know what's in here.
Oh, that's the Wi-Files Lite.
Is it? Oh,
Yeah.
This is a good score. You're so glad I didn't pick the other thing I was going to pick. This is cool. Do we have these on this in the shop?
No.
All right, so this is an exclusive item. You can't even buy these.
Nope.
Only a
can't
few of
buy
these
them.
exist. One is
Oh.
in my office from a buddy of Gino's. There's a Wi-Fi's light up clock. So that way
Yeah.
you can put
Not a
that
clock. It's not a clock.
light up light. Well, it's technically it's a light up billboard advertisement for my channel that you can
There
put
you
in
go.
your office in order to drive more traffic to my channel. So I appreciate your support by doing that.
Oh.
I had to use the facilities.
I didn't hear it. So
Yeah.
it's only those two?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, congratulations, Steve and Dunn.
Yay!
Do I need to catch up on the chat?
It's all Thanksgiving. Why
It's
is
almost
everyone typing Thanksgiving? Ren wants to know.
In the stream?
I mean, you could roll the thing over here and they could watch us eat.
That's what we did last year.
Okay, well,
I'm going to go through a couple of super chats, but I'll start another poll.
we'll have it next week.
Boys go.
Remember, yeah, we're good. Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna make him cut the turkey.
I'm not going to cut it.
Okay, I'm gonna make Eric cut the turkey.
Yeah.
We're going to get.
He said he's not gonna do it.
All right, I'll do it.
No more typing Thanksgiving. That's
Are people doing that?
yeah. No more typing.
It's almost time to eat. All right, bang out a couple of super chats while we let the poll roll. Lady Sar Castro for £10 book called Visibility Set during the last bad smog in London, UK, had Mengele dying in Tower Bridge. I haven't heard that theory. I haven't heard about the smog that killed a lot of people at that time. So both sisters turned out to be loud whisperers. Actually, it's over here. Cut it over here. We can hear you.
Okay, just trying to get the turkey cut.
She's a loud one. She's a belter. I haven't heard that later, Sarcastro. But that would be the conspiracy theory, is that because there's proof that he was in Argentina. Like we know his names, we know where he worked. Brian Bosch is at $4.99. Happy Thanksgiving. Love the show. Keep amazing work. Well, thanks, Brian. I appreciate that. I see the poll is going a certain way already. Melanie Sims for 5. Tower of Babel, please. I need you to be more specific what you want to see there. And it's an interesting biblical story, but we need we need a little more pizzazz. Owen Hodges, well, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate that.
He's so low. We'll have to sing
Thanks,
it.
Sheila. Appreciate that. Chris Sean says, in actuality, I hate watching people eat, but being creepy is always an option. I'm kind of with you.
Sarah.
I just check into See if we can get Larry Jim Bob's asking, can I get Victoria's number? Absolutely. Just the DM me. I can get that.
No.
I can get that to you. Just DM me. I can get it. Renaissance is dying for some giblet gravy. Harvey Rush is the best band. I think I already played Rush, right?
Yes. We just couldn't hear it.
Jen reminds me of Helen Hunt. She doesn't seem to like that at all. She didn't care for that one bit. Susie Peterman, 4699. Love your well-researched, can't stop watching niche contents. Please shout out longtime fans, Susie and my daughter Lily. Hey, Susie and daughter Lily. Thank you for being longtime fans. I appreciate you appreciating the research because it is brutal. It is not uncommon for like what happened for this week where I write an episode and find something and go, got to start again. Troll Slayer. That's why I've noticed I haven't had any booze today. I probably have to go into work after this. Troll Slayer for 199. Burroughs Cave, Cleopatra, and Mark Anthony. A link to it. Is this the Burroughs Cave that's OGH? I know there's some theories about that. We can look into that. That's interesting. Dan, Nater Dan, 1999, first time chatter, short time watching. Keep the great work. Appreciate the support, Dan. Very generous of you. Happy Thanksgiving to you and yours. Felipe Fagundes for 10. Thank you for the amazing content all these years. Cheers from Brazil. Cheers to you. Obrigado. So you guys want me to just you don't have to whisper if you don't want.
He's like, can I eat?
We're just gonna do they're gonna want to creepily watch us eat.
Okay. Just you aim it towards our end of the table because there are other people that are here that don't want people watching them eat.
I know you.
Oh, I don't care.
That's awkward.
No, Eric doesn't care,
Watching me all the time.
but you should see how Chris eats. It's very
I think so.
it's off-putting.
No, it's not.
How she does with the fork. It's off-putting.
You watch us eat, they'll never want to do it again.
Okay.
Trust me.
That's weird too. All right.
Well,
But while we're eating, take note of Chris's tiny hands. It's like she's like a raccoon.
She has little paws.
She's just, which as a man is a good quality.
waving at me? Never mind. Nothing.
Nothing, honey.
Nothing.
Oh.
Lee and Zelma for 20. Happy Thanksgiving from Smithtown, Long Island, our old stomping grounds. We know Smithtown very well. Very well. Shout out to 25A. They know what's up. Gene Esther for 5 Canadian. Happy Thanksgiving from Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Thank you very much, Gene. Appreciate your support. Metal Orpheus for 2. Lots of love and support from a friend in Greece. So thank you very much.
You had chips today. Yeah, I had breakfast. Kugels.
Just eavesdropping back there. This is Macaroni Bluer Games. We'll watch the episode just for Hecklefish, no matter how many spoilers you put out.
This is an idea I can get behind.
NC Cowboy 499. Every time I hear the song at the end of the show, it sticks in my head. It's catchy, the theme song, and I take no credit for it. That track is with music on repeat by Victor Lundberg. It was just a cool, funky track that I found. That I was able to get a license for, and then a fan wrote and sang lyrics to it. Now I get emails like that a lot. So when I get an MP3, I guarantee it's going to be the worst thing you've ever heard. So I never really listened to them. I happened to listen to this one, and it was perfect. There's nothing that can be changed to improve it. So I started alternating it with the other theme song, and people were like, "This is so awesome! This new song." So I just kept it. That's the theme song now. Who's that Spaceman Super Jacket?
Yeah, I'm putting it in the chat right now.
Rob Gordon, 35 for £5. Thanks for all the great shows. Happy Thanksgiving from Scotland. Thanks, Rob. There is Rick K for $20.
Can barely hear him, but we know him by heart.
I just turned him up a little bit. Did that help?
Nope.
Let me see.
Oh, better.
Better?
But not much. Better, but not much.
It is. I sing it differently now.
Yeah. That's one of my favorite ones that he does. I turned it up a little bit as high as it could go. Did that help? That blows. Oh, I didn't read Rick's comment. Brilliant Light Power, Dr. Randall Mills, novel energy source. Someone write those down.
I've got it.
Yep.
So let's get back there. I love watching the Wild Files. Would you make an episode about all the current doors, giant doors incidents happening around the world? Gino, do you know about that?
Yeah.
Gino will have to do some research on that. He's becoming our lead researcher. All right, it's chow time.
How long is Gino's story hour? You can play that.
Oh, you guys want to start with the Gino story hour? Yeah, let's do that. That way people don't have to sit here and just watch us chow. We can give them some good content. You want to do that, Gino?
Sure.
So I'm gonna drop the Live in IRL, and then we'll just let Gino story hour play solo, and then we'll go.
Yeah, let's do that.
Now, before you play it, I recorded it last night at 4 a.m. and I was editing it all the way while I was in the car on the way to your house.
Awesome.
Wow, that sounds hard.
I'm just saying.
It's super hard. Imagine doing that every single week for 2.5 years. Imagine in your mind's eye. All right, fire away. Or I'll fire it. I'll fire it.
Yeah, you should be able to.
There is.
It's you. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by for Gino's Story Hour. Tonight, I've got a special one for you. It's called The Mystery of Mount Kailash. Mount Kailash isn't just any old mountain. It's an ancient enigma that's
It's not. Check it out.
wrapped in stone. It's got everything that a mystic mountain story needs.
Fully cranked.
It's got ancient cities that are hiding technology way more advanced than anything that we have today.
All right, let me pause it and see if I can see if it's on my end or if it's in the file.
Watch the After Files live stream of this. Decision.
I can't find it. Must be in the file, no?
I mean, I can hear it fine here.
Airdrop it?
Okay.
Let's see. The airdrops it over. Maybe it'll play better over here. get a couple of super chats done in the meanwhile. Hamster sniffer. Everyone needs a hobby. Love y'all. Hello, AJ and Pretty Lady. Hello, Tuxedo Cat and Hecklefish. I've seen a black triangle up close. Need a deep dive. I think I mentioned those a couple of times. What was it? The TR8B? We talked about it a little bit. Check out the episode about Mark McCandlish. A lot of great stuff in that episode about military-made UFOs. Accept, save to downloads. All right, just looking for Gino's story hour now. Hang on, I'm on a new machine, so I'm not fully set up here yet. Oh, so we're still receiving. Long one?
It's 8 minutes, I think.
High bit rate? He doesn't know what I'm talking about. He wasn't into bit. He was into girls when I was into bit rate. Just in case for $5. Makilibembe stuck in my head since the last episode. Happy Thanksgiving from our family to yours. Thanks, Justin. He knew it was going to be a t-shirt. All right, I got Gino's file. Let's see what happens.
Now, why could I mean, I can hear it here.
I have an idea, but it still may be low. Let me see if I can add it directly to our scene here. This is not a professional.
As far as live streams go, this one is
Yeah.
Story hour. I'm just working on in OBS Live right now. Downloads. Oh, you're covering Mount Kailash.
I'll have to wait for next time.
You'll have to wait for next time. Especially since everything's low anyway. All right, we're going to have some Thanksgiving dinner. I'll talk to you guys in a minute.
They're
very sticky.
Yeah. It's a little heavy.
Where's the word heavy again?
Where's the word heavy?
Was.
And
All right, mics are hot. Mics are hot.
Oh, that's too funny. It's got an
Whoa,
open
where we
can.
at? What's that? Let's make
When I
that.
told my dad and he didn't believe me, and that really upset me. For years, that really upset me. I'm like, I'm trying to make that up.
Right, I mean, well, and remember she used to throw things.
Hey,
Like coffee mugs.
lady.
Shoes, anything she could grab, she would chuck it in her shit. She used to be,
Go to bed.
Waking up.
I'll do a couple of super chats. I'm gonna let you guys go.
I mean, here's the thing.
Do I have anything in my teeth? Victoria looks asleep. I hear it too. It's not a professional operation. Hey, Space Cowboy, good to see you. They seen us into the storm. Good to see you. Jeep Can AJ saw the old hag. I did. It was the scariest thing that ever happened to me in my entire life, up until this day, including as a child. And it happened to me when I was about 40. Was a shadow person experience with the old hag, which I later learned is a common one. There were a few different ones. So if you check the Shadow People episode, I tell the whole story. It was like, I won't tell it here. It was upsetting. Weasel Ways. I almost read that out loud, but I'm not going to. I think it's holding up pretty well for my age. When the boys come out to visit, I got a lot of bald friends. Kim, thank you for sharing your Thanksgiving with us. You're very welcome. Thank you for stopping by. Joe Nuno, who voices Hecklefish? He does his own voice. Who does your voice? There is Esther Ally for $9.99. AJ, what do you think about Ashton Forbes' theory on MH370? I'm looking at his research now. I don't know if I can do the. I don't know what more I could bring to the story, but we're definitely looking at it. Dawn of Us for 20. Check out Dawn of Us. Anunnaki Origins. We're big fans. All right, we'll do. Dawn of Us. Check out that channel. Sounds like a channel I would watch. Mr. Green Games, your hair is doing better than mine. I was starting to hear that. Everyone's got an Achilles heel or two. I kept my hair, but I lost some other stuff. We don't need to get into that. B Krampus, $5. Krampus, B Krampus is coming. Would love to hear a story on Krampus on December 5th. If I can make it fun. Slap that bit rate. The Spy Files is my next idea. Dylan Z, I am not on coke. I'm not on coke tonight. I'm on very little sleep. And, turkey coma starting to set in. Kenneth Godfrey 5, AJ Jen and the entire Wi-Fi crew. Thank you for just being there. You're very welcome, Ken, and thank you for your support. Mike wants to be Wi-Fi's chat famous like Danny. Danny's been chat famous for a long time. There's Kenneth again. You've made holiday survival for those that have tremendous holes in our hearts. Much love to all of you for inviting us in. That's exactly why I do this. Because I've had those holidays where it was just me. We're just me in a bottle. There's no reason for any of us to be alone. Roger, thank you for the $50.
I'm a fish and I must stop. So put more dough in my jar. The type of vodka that I need is velvety. I need to buy a tin for her.
You have a phenomenal character scene.
So please click the super share.
Very resonant.
We all know the government.
Did you ever hear him sing My Way?
I love that. That's amazing.
Roger, $50. Very generous. Thank you for that great content. It's going to take a while to catch up on all of it. Happy Thanksgiving to the entire team. Appreciate you, Roger. And I hope you binge. The algorithm loves when you binge. Hey, Erwin, greetings to you, Belgium. Nestor Perez, can I translate your videos? Sure, go ahead. Can't post them, though. So when is Gina's story hour going to be released? We're going to have to fix the audio. So I would say probably on the next After Files. It's just, it's frustrating because he was up all night and the software was crashing and all this. And he's complaining about it. And I'm just going, sounds hard. Trent, hi for 2. Your channel rocks. Can you do a deep dive? I feel like I do that every other episode. But if you watch start to finish, I get into deep state shadow government. Names are named, organizations are named. You'll know exactly who's running things. Still more to talk about there. There's chatted for $50. Appreciate that. Love the show. Watching old episodes to catch up. Oof. Sorry about that. Can't wait for more content. I'm looking at the chat and Copium Poppies is still super chatting. Make sure you go to Copium Poppies. Check out their new single just released on Halloween. Trent Hyatt for $2. Can I get a Hecklefish tattoo, please? Hey, it's your ink and it's your skin, but you wouldn't be the first. There's quite a few Hecklefish tattoos out there. If you check our Instagram, OMG the Wild Files, you'll see some of those. That's crazy. Someone just got a crab cat tattoo. I can't believe it. Julio for 5. If they don't have to do a huge drawn-out disclosure, then why does the U stand for unidentified in UAP? Because you control the language, you control the narrative. That's the U. They are not unidentified. They know exactly what they are. They call them aerial phenomenon, which is nonsense. It's not a phenomenon. It's an actual thing. It's a tangible thing. So I don't call them UAPs. I call them UFOs. Dawn of Us is back. Check out episode 1. I mean, I guess if you're paying for the plugs, I mean, Dawn of Us is paying more than Poppy's is paying. Check out episode 1 of Dawn of Us, Anunnaki's Origins. I'm going to have to get out of my turkey coma and get my narrator voice on. Check out episode 1 of Dawn of Us, Anunnaki Originals. We're big fans. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Tab Smith, £4.99. Please do a show on nanotechnology. It's dark. I did one and it did not perform well, but it was an early episode. Maybe needs a revisit with maybe we can mix in some AI. AI now creating proteins in the building blocks of life. It's going to be a weird year. Walt Kent for $2. Hecklefish lips look just like yours. That is suspicious. You are a detective. Tyler Thompson for 10. Can you do an episode on Q? New Patreon member. If you mean QAnon, I cannot. I cannot talk about QAnon. Just YouTube doesn't like it. Those are episodes that I will do podcasts on. I don't know how much there really is to talk about with Q. I could look into it. But Google not huge fans of theirs. There's Glenn Lapwing, $4.99. Thank you for the super sticker. And DMT is good for me. Copium still dropping shekels in, but they're dwindling. They're down to $2 now. We'll be in the $1.25 range soon. Daniel Starr, inspiration behind the Wi Files. I think I answered that earlier, but basically was unemployed and thought I would give it a shot, and I thought I'd be good at it. Turned out I wasn't, but eventually figured it out. At least I'm on my way. Here's Gunslinger for 5. When might we see more Hecklefish plushies? Those are coming. We're waiting for them to clear customs. There is My Corona for $20. Ever watched Trevor Moore's YouTube video song called Kitty History? Bushing Henry. I have not watched that, but I've heard of that. If you can link to that in the chat, I'll check it out. Wait till our AI becomes aware of the AI running our program, says Force. Ooh, it's meta, but I understand what you mean. Chris Donis, good luck with the IRS, friend. It's kind of out of my hands. Joe R, maybe he meant Q from Star Trek. Honestly, that's what I thought he meant at first. I was like, what did you want me to talk about Q from Star Trek for? Just John Delancey clips. Esther Ally 808, thank you for that super sticker. There's Big Green for $5. Can you just show him what does Steven Spielberg knows? His movies are very accurate 20 years down the road. Interesting idea. I mean, I have another episode in mind that features Spielberg that is not quite so flattering.
Oh, easy.
What?
Nothing.
The Hollywood Conspiracy?
Yes.
The Red Shoe Group? We'll save that for the podcast. I just drop it in there, and then you'll go look it up. I don't have to tell you what it is. You'll go look up what I just said. Brett Livingston for 1999. Hey, my first After Files ever, and absolutely love the channel. Huge shout out to Victoria for welcoming onions me so warmly.
That was a typo, he said. For welcoming me so warmly. He doesn't know where onions came from.
I don't know where onions came from. Mr. Smith said, if you build it, they will come. Julio says, Mel's Hole. Lots to dig in there. FTB Fitness Through Balance LLC Strength. Now, that's a good username. For $50.
Yo. We need some money. I need to buy some stuff. Fish really need some money. You don't pay enough. So pick the super chat. Like that.
Never mind that, kid. Please do an episode on Bruce Sees All. He was a ufologist. Oh, I think I heard of this guy. I'm going to put him on the list. Oh, yeah. There's something there. For sure. All right, I'm going to wrap it up pretty soon for you guys. I mean, we're 4 hours in. I appreciate you hanging out. If you do hop off, thank you for stopping by. If you've supported the channel today, we do appreciate it. We couldn't do this without the support of the community. You guys are awesome. So let me scan for a few here. Sierra Mountain says, do you think Bigfoot-related ambient videos have a demographic or are worth making on YouTube? I think Bigfoot-related ambient videos. I'm not really sure what you're asking, but if it's that specific, then it's probably worth making. And I'm not a big fan of the Bigfoot stories or cryptids in general, as you know. But whenever I do a story on a Bigfoot, it's a clicker. Zach Jacobs says, "Fear the turkey." AJ, oh, it's got me in its grips right now. Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving to you, Christy Carpenter. Frank thank you for the super sticker. J. Robert Sergeson, thank you for that. Let me look at some of these newer super stickers in case those people are gone. Copium Poppies for $10. Go check out Copium Poppies' YouTube channel. Their new single was released on Halloween. From what I understand, it's excellent. But if it's not, I'll let you know next week. There needs to be a Hecklefish solo channel where he reacts to various content, including old Wi-Fi vids. That's a great idea, but for him to react, that is a lot of fun. But he does have his own channel. If you didn't know that, Hecklefish does have his own channel. So, like, if there's an episode where he sings a line or two of a song, usually most of the song is over on his channel or the whole thing. Plus, all his parodies are over there. I wonder how many subscribers he has. Hecklefish. 48,000. He's getting there. Kenny Neal, thank you for the $50. Very generous. I'm watching you instead of calling my mother. This is so much better. Discovered you recently. Binged, obsessed, not in a creepy way. I don't know how you do it. The research, writing, editing. You're awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much, Kenny. And your mom will be fine. Call her tomorrow. Make her earn it. Here's Groovy Ringo. Thank you for the $20. Happy Thanksgiving to you. Surreal for 5 Canadian. Happy Thanksgiving to the Live House team. What's the one topic you'd love to cover if there was no consequences? Boy, that's a good question. What the Clintons?
No, I'm just.
What do you think, honestly, that I'm interested in that I won't do?
I mean, I don't even want to say it on the live stream.
What? That's probably true. Gino said 9/11. That's probably true. I have questions about 9/11. The first one is why is all the documentation still classified? Why is any of it classified? Isn't that our stuff?
Oh, because it was Paul's.
And the Iraq Museum taken
Yeah.
over by the military.
The Iraqi Museum of Baghdad, when it was taken over by the military, Second Gulf War, and was looted of all the ancient Sumerian seals and all of that stuff. Yep. So what did they take? So what Gino's mentioned, I covered in an early episode. I don't know which one it was, but Second Gulf War, Museum of Baghdad was looted of mostly ancient Sumerian cylinder seals, which allegedly opened portals or had some kind of paranormal significance. And then when authorities went back, those were missing, and they were stolen from like the basement shelves and stuff, but there was still gold and valuables and jewels and all that stuff there. So someone went in there very specifically, knew they were looking for, and there are witness reports that military troops that seemed to be of Caucasian descent in all black went in there ahead of the team and cleared the building. It's a shame. Wonder what they took. Adam Jewell. Hey, Jay, my daughter Adrian and I are watching. We're big fans. We love watching the videos and listening to the podcast together. Thanks, Adam. I appreciate that. I don't know if I'd let Adrian watch, but I'm glad that you do. I try to give you a heads up when it's going to get dark. Christine Ryan, first ever super chat. Thank you for doing this. I miss the After Files so much. Be good to yourself. Happy Thanksgiving. Thanks, Christine. I appreciate that. DDD, Dumpster Diving Dragon. Nostradamus called him Hister. Maybe that works. Maybe it does. But remember, that's one of the ways that the clickbaiters trick you into Nostradamus when they say Histler and Hister. Nostradamus was talking about the river that was behind his workshop. It was on the Histler River. He wasn't talking about Adolf. I took a lot of flack for my Nostradamus video. I like it. It's a fun one, but I debunk him fully and completely. People didn't care for that. And the same thing happened when I debunked Edgar Casey. And since then, people who predict stuff, I tend to not do stories on them. Like our most requested videos on Baba Vanga, who is that, was she Russian? I guess. Bulgarian. She's Bulgarian. Predicted a bunch of stuff. I could debunk her all day long, but she has so many fans that when I do that, I would just get savaged in the comments, and I don't know why. Don't you want to know that Nostradamus never said that stuff about the 9/11, that was made up? I mean, I even showed you where in the books where those passages were created. But people got angry. James Easton for 10. Thank you for this. I'm sorry, I'm leaning over, but no glasses. And the screen is in the wrong spot. It's supposed to be down there. We're doing the best we can. Thank you for this. Your stream last year saved me from it being my last. This year, I'm happy to report I've come to terms with only being 30 and the last one left. I'm sorry to hear that, James, but I'm glad that you hung in there and keep hanging in there. Never, ever, ever hurt yourself. What you should do right away is hop into our Discord and join our Discord. And if you're ever feeling blue or down, just hop in our Discord. It's free. I'm not trying to sell you to be a Patreon member. It's free. Just hop in there and just say, I'm sad. Just say, I'm lonely. And watch how quickly you'll get support. It's amazing. Mike D for 1001. My take on Star Trek Unification is Prime Kirk is now in the Kelvin timeline, very much alive. Shatner's fine with his digital self carrying on money for the fam. So Prime Kirk is in the Kelvin timeline. That could be. So that would put both Kirk and Spock in the Kelvin timeline. So unification is a little bit, for the super nerdy Star Trek fans, some of the years don't quite line up, but I think you could be onto something, Mike. So there's a new Origin movie coming out next year. We'll see what Paramount does with it. I suspect it's not going to be great. But I didn't think Unification was going to be any good. I really didn't. I avoided watching it. But Patreon members said, you got to see it because they know that I love Star Trek. It's like, I don't know. Every time I check on Star Trek, I'm disappointed. Big Al D. Something. Thank you for the super sticker. Liz Paganucci for $19.99. Thank you for your hard work. I appreciate all your generous hospitality. Made my Thanksgiving extra special. You're very welcome. Paul for $5. How many minutes will $5 get me for your little peep show? About 4 hours and change. What time is it? 7:17? We'll wrap this up at 7:30. How's that, Savvy? 13 minutes? You can make it? It's only my second drink. Don't like to drink on the stream. Forget Nostradamus. What about Paul the Octopus predicting 2010 World Cup matches? Let me scroll through, make sure that we're reading chats that are not just paid. Fear the Crab Cat says Diego, of course. Ross Helberg, how dare you assume I like Star Trek? G-Ken, did you come up with Be Safe, Be Kind, I Know You Are Appreciated? Yeah, it was just something that came up off the top of my head. And it's weird. It just kind of stuck. A few things that I do now are in the first video. I just knew I wanted to do something with the Kempo salute, which everyone thinks is an Illuminati symbol, but it's not. Chris Pine is a great Kirk, in my opinion. Gunslinger, in my video, in my live reaction, I said that. You know, I said I'm a huge Trek fan. Original series, TNG, Deep Space Nine, I basically have them memorized. I know the titles, who wrote them, all that stuff. So I'm hardcore. And yet, I liked the 2009 reboot. But what I said in my reaction video is it wasn't a Star Trek movie. It was just a good sci-fi movie. You can call them Kirk and Spock and Bones all you want to, but it wasn't. It was Chris Pine and and everyone else who did a great job. There's only one version in my mind. But I still like the movies. Second one I thought was fine. And the third one I thought was garbage. I mean, Kirk on the motorcycle? Ugh. Kobe and Poppy says, but you didn't pay for it, but does say kapla. Kapla to you as well, my friend. Today is a good day to die. Unless you're feeling sad. Then go into Discord. Otherwise, drink some blood wine and enjoy. Happy Turkey Day to you, Diego. Boris, wow, are you still going? Barely. I mean, I'm tired. I'm on almost no sleep and I'm belly full of turkey. And an Irish whiskey. Hey, bro. Just want to say thank you and love you. Love you too, man. I can't pronounce your avatar. I don't know. I don't even know what that is. Is that looks like the Bohemian Grove Owl as his username. That's crazy. I got to copy and paste and see how he even did that. Is Bohemian in the chat? We don't want that. You conspiracy fans have to go. If anything, you have to watch the last Illuminati video just to find. Forget what I say. Just go to the links and the videos that I put in there of the guy who snuck onto the property. It's fascinating. I only used a few clips from it because I don't want to rip the kid off, and I gave him credit and all that. But he's got on his channel, he's got like 2 hours of footage of him just roaming the grounds of the Bohemian Grove, going through boxes and documents and pictures and names and all kinds of crazy stuff. And he's all over the property. Like it wasn't staged. You see him when he gets to the owl, you're like, oh my God, that's the place. And then later, he's like hiding in the bushes, almost stuck while they're having ceremonies, and it's super, super creepy. The whole thing is surreal. But they're serious about it. What a weird world. I don't understand. But again, I'm not a joiner. hey, you want to put on red robes and row across a lake and then pretend to murder a body and then burn it in front of an owl? Yeah, I never get that call. And if I do, I usually pass. Jeep Cam did Elvis really die like they said? He really died. Well, not quite like they said. Elvis died on the toilet with bowel obstruction because of his opiate problem.
New information out about that.
Yeah.
Text messages from Priscilla and his daughter.
You have to forward me that.
Sorry,
So-
I was just reading.
Okay.
I know. Sorry.
It's all right. You want to read some super chats for a while?
No, I'm good. I'm cleaning.
She's cleaning. Ducati girl. So glad it seems if Shield the IRS post was concerning. Don't be concerned when I do those posts on the Backstage channel, especially if you see that they're published at like 4 or 5 in the morning. When I get on no sleep, I get manic and I just talk. So like if I'm talking, just thoughts out loud, I've started thinking, why don't I just roll the camera on this? Because some people like it. You don't have to, don't watch, but don't be concerned like there's something wrong. If I was really, really super worried about the IRS, I wouldn't make a video about it. I know it seems like I'm cavalier and obnoxious, and I am, but I'm not stupid. I just thought it was funny. I'm tired. And it's like, what next? And then I see the IRS email. It's like, I can't believe it. It can always get worse. So that just kind of struck me as funny. And if you watch the video through that lens, almost through my irony and sarcasm, then you might have a different takeaway because I'm laughing through it. And you could see, no one wants to be audited, but I'm not worried anything's going to happen. The worst possible scenario for that is I'm going to get overbilled by my accountant, which I totally expect. And I have to pay the government money, which you can pay in installments. I know that because I spent 10 years paying off tax debt. It's totally doable. But I'm not worried about it. Peter Christian, wow, $50. Happy Thanksgiving from your favorite disabled vet in the Kingdom of Nye, Pahrump, Nevada, up in the high desert. I finished the Wi-Fi Star Trek uniform insignia patches for you guys. Hope to deliver soon, but chronic illness will likely force me to mail them. Oh, Peter, I'm sorry to hear that. Make sure you get in touch with Victoria. Mail them right away, or we'll get somebody to go grab them. I can send one of the guys up there. Disabled vet up in the high desert. Appreciate you. Right. OMFG turnip hecklefish. I tried. I told you I barely got the audio working. I spent a week preparing to do this from here, and of course, left one box of gear at work. I don't think so. I could swear I had brought it here. So at the last minute, still had audio issues, just like last year. Look, I'm in my kitchen. But I managed to cobble together the audio, and I was kind of hoping it wouldn't work, to be honest, so I can just tell the team, well, we gave it a shot. We'll get it next year. But it worked for the most part. Next stream will be, I was going to say better, but it won't be. Next stream will not be any better, but the audio will be better. And I'm going to keep this setup permanent at the house here so that so sometimes we can do some after files from home or some weekend streams. That way I can just click the button. Because it was a lot of work. It's like 7 or 8 hours to set up the station. 7 or 8 hours to set up the station that was already set up at the office. Totally modular. Had to redo it. Someone was trying to be helpful. That was my brother-in-law, Eric. He's like, I'm sorry, I took that all apart. I'm like, it's all right. I got time to kill. James Schuler for $10. Can you tell chat to stop spamming? This is literally the most unhinged BS I've seen. Love the channel, everything, but damn, bro, kind of hard to get through anything without super chatting. Blah. Hey, chat, stop spamming. Did it work? James, I don't have control over what people do in the chat. We have slow mode on, So you can only send like one message every minute, and you have to have been a subscriber for a length of time to even chat at all. I'm not seeing spam in there. Our mods are on top of stuff. Patrick, writing the word spam. Now, of course, there's Ducati girl on cue. It's Carsey says, welcome to the internet. Is this your first day? James, you spent $10, you're getting roasted. Look, I love you, man, but you're getting roasted. What's up, says Jen is hot. I know she's hot. I'm aware of that. Gunslinger says poop. Now you're just spamming. Now you're just spamming just to poke James. That's the internet, James. You do a little tiny bit of a whine, which is a fair complaint, by the way. Spam is annoying, but you do a tiny whine like that, people are gonna say, hold my beer. Thank you, Jennifer Samples. Zaravan recently found the channel. First stream, love it all. I appreciate you. Thank you, Cabrina Catholic, for $1.49. Every little bit helps. Charlie Girl Marie, I don't like spam, LOL. Nobody does. Amy Thomas, spam a lot. I saw that in previews. It was awesome. Follow up on Madman Mike Markham. The only follow up is I seem to have spawned a whole rash of new YouTube videos about Madman Mike Markham on other channels using my research and B-roll. But no, the last I found him on Facebook. He's doing fine, and he was working in tech, and that's where I left it. Unless he comes forward and issues a press release that he has built another time travel machine, I think we can leave his story alone there. But I'd be totally into it if he did. High Tech 1701, thanks for the unification turn on. You're welcome. Especially 1701, I assume you're referring to NCC. Tyler Davis loves the Y-Files and I often just play through old episodes while I'm at work. Definitely makes the night shift go by faster. Thanks for all you guys do. Thanks for binging, Tyler. We have a compilation coming out of the Fall Asleep to the Y-Files compilation.
Yeah, it's gonna be 8 hours long.
It's gonna be 8 hours long.
And we cut out all of the like jarring music, and it's a sleepy time comp.
I don't know if you guys heard that. So 8-hour Y-Files comp, all the kind of like the upbeat, aggressive music is toned down. Because people say that they put on the Y-Files and they just fall asleep to it, which I guess is a compliment. No, I'll take it. I did. The ASMR episode mentioned will be in there. That's the thumbnail with me as a. I was going to say Bob Lazar, but it was Bob Ross. See, I've been doing this. I'm in this space too much. I don't want to be the UFO guy. So I'll be the Hitler guy. That's a recipe for success. Joey Garcia, $10 to get roasted like a Thanksgiving bird. Yeah. All right. Give James a break. He's young. He doesn't know yet. Josh M, I totally fall asleep with the Y-Files. Sometimes during these long streams, I do too. AJ, can you say hi to my son, Malachi from Martin McGuinness? That doesn't sound Irish. I'll call him the Big M. BKB, thanks for everything you do. We appreciate the honesty and the truth. I really hope you know how much your audience loves and respects you. I think I do. But I'm glad you guys are out there. I don't always get it right, but I do always tell you the truth. Spam, what's for dinner? James, try the low sodium spam. Woo, people are, they're actually super chatting money to roast James. But, you make your bed.
It's playing on the internet and people.
Oh, it's just brutal.
Yeah.
Holy cash cow, says Jason William. Good for you. I've been honest about the After Files is that it is also a little bit of a telethon. Is to keep the channel cruising. I've been honest about that. But I'm also honest when I say the best way to support the channel is Patreon. You can do that for $3. So when you tip $50 here, it's great and it looks good on the screen, but only about like $12 of that will get to the channel. I'd rather than you super chat $50, I'd rather you just become a Patreon member for a year and be part of the community and then get all the extra perks. Saludos desde Peru. See? Do an episode about Billy Meyer's story.
Bless you.
Bless you. I think we may had Billy Myers on the list.
Yeah.
He's on the list.
Yeah, Ray Gun Billy Myers.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Ray Gun Billy Myers. He's on the list. Martin is a UK viewer. It's 3:30 in the morning, but like you, I stay up painting miniatures. Awesome. Good. Just wanted to say you translate really well over here, and thank you for your service to the global community. You're very welcome, Martin. Just watching poor James. Thank you, Avruptor, for the very nice comment. Tommy Jackson, Michelle. Olivia Herring, I need you to make more videos. I need this as well. We are on the same page. Project Phoenix, I want to buy an AJ action figure. Will you sign it? I'll sign the U2s if they can figure out how to get them to you. I think we're going to make that work. We're going to make that work.
We are.
Why don't you say goodnight?
Good night.
She looks tired.
I know. She's a trooper, that one.
She's a trooper.
She is.
Speaking of Hitler. Zafhad says, thanks for a great stream. Skull and Bones episode by chance. Yes. That might be the next one for Illuminati. Because then I can stay away from the globalism a little bit. So it's not because it's a little politically hot. But if we talk about Skull and Bones and some of the other societies that bring the rich kids in early, then I think we're kind of still on the same track. We're talking about the same people because they end up in the same places. But we can see what their societies were like in college. Skull and Bones, of course, the famous Yale secret society. A lot of presidents have been a part of both sides of the aisle. I'm just scanning the chat. I didn't fall asleep yet. I'm scanning the chat. Alejandro Vasquez, let's build a working UFO craft. I'll steam for you. Okay, let's build it. I'm still waiting for that group on Facebook to show me how their Kozyrev mirror came out. If you guys haven't seen that episode, check it out. Very, very cool. Nikolai Kozyrev, a genius, crazy Russian scientist, has these theories about how time is energy and matter and moves forward and backward at the same time. And if you build a certain type of spiral mirror, you can jump through various places in time and space. And people have built these mirrors. In the episode, I show you them. It's crazy. John Surgeon, hi from the Gulf Coast of Texas. Hi, sir. Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you for the wonderful, interesting videos. You're very welcome. Lori Larson finally got closing song memorized. Absolutely love it. I think I have it memorized too. All right, I'm just scanning through for any final super chats. Here's Andy. Hey, AJ, thank you for all you do. My kids and I never miss an episode. My kids are asking, why did you start your channel? Because I was broke and I thought it could be something that would be easy for me to do and that I had a skill set to do it. I didn't realize that I wasn't very good at it. But it took some practice and some hard work, and it worked out. Like most things do with practice and hard work. So I appreciate the support, Andy. I wouldn't let your kids watch this. I mean, throwing back booze on the stream. I'm just kidding, kids. That was iced tea. See, I got my eye. All right, I think we're mostly caught up. Martin, make sure you read my super chat later. Appreciate you all. I will, Martin, and I appreciate your support all through this time. I've seen you here many times before. What time is it here? For me, it's 7:30. It feels later than that. But I need some sleep. Throwing in some spicy Rumble vids would be cool. That's on the menu. With James Martinez following up COVID conspiracy episode ever. Yeah, I would do one. I couldn't do it here. At least, I don't know. A lot of the conspiracies clearly have been proven true and now are just part of the record. So who knows what we'll be allowed to do in, let's say, 6 to 8 months or a year, but still maybe Rumble's a good place to do that. I'm not worried about talking about COVID on the podcast. The COVID conspiracies, I mean, to me, none of them are really all that out there. I don't say it too much, but if you look me up, you can find me with a letter to the editor very early on in the pandemic, where I said a lot of things that I took heat for being a conspiracy theorist about COVID. All turned out to be true, which we all knew. We all knew it was. Cat milk and Jägermeister, says Philip. I don't. Ugh. Put conspiracy episodes on Pepperbox. I never heard of that. Richard Lopez, thanks for ripping us off. If I have ripped off your channel, Richard, I'm sorry, and thank you. Look, I use sources. We were mentioned on a stream the other night. Some attorney was really annoyed that I used footage from one of his videos and didn't credit him. I'm like, that's fair, but I went through the footage. I used 133 clips. It's like, how much documentation do you need? I used 2 seconds of the guy's video. I have to spend 2 minutes tracking it down to give you credit, to put in a description that nobody reads. No, just thanks. But he was annoyed. But it's fair. I see my stuff in other videos everywhere. And, unless someone's just reposting my videos, which I come down on pretty hard, I just let it go. What's the difference? Especially if they're showing me in Hecklefish. It's just going to drive people to the channel. They'll tell you how that mirror worked 5 years ago, says Coleman. I like the way your mind works. Oh, Uman. Do a deep dive on Hemisync. I covered a lot of that already, Chief Wahoo. You listen to the binaural beats?
Every night.
We're talking about, of course, Hemisync is the gateway process for the Monroe Institute. So if you look up the gateway process, I have the story on how Hemisync works and how the frequencies get into the brain by using binaural beats. Some people said they can get it to work. I tried. I just fall asleep every time. Joel, guys, this is not a conspiracy channel. AJ will never talk about P. Diddy nor Epstein. I would never talk about P. Diddy because it's really gross. Epstein, I have mentioned, but more of as part of a bigger picture, not getting into specific things because it's I don't know, it's gross, but it's more to make the statement that there are rules that apply to us that do not apply to certain people that can get away with just about anything, including those things, which they got away with. So that's why there's that joke, hey, Hecklefish asked, will we ever see the list? No, we will never see the list. No, we'll see it. We will not. Contaminated. Haven't you done an episode on Big Brother that I might have missed? I think I watched all your videos many times. I don't recall one. I don't know what that video would be.
The NSA in New York City, the no window building.
Well, that's Titan Point. Big Brother referring to Orwell's 1984.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's sort of 1984 coming true.
Kind of is. Gina might be right. You can check out the Titan Point video about 33 Thomas Street. That's the Long Lines building, AT&T, that was exposed during the Snowden documents that revealed James Clapper to lie in front of Congress. So he's a CNN contributor instead of life in prison for treason. That's what I mean about the Epstein. People can do whatever they want if they're of a certain class. We can't. At least not yet. But I'll keep talking about them. If an IRS audit is all you got, And I'm going to keep coming at you. But if they turn up the heat out, who knows? I may have to back off. No, I'm just joking, of course. All right, that's long enough. We got to let Victoria go. Look, she's exhausted. She already fell asleep, she's asleep in the chair. Thank you so much for your help tonight. We couldn't do this without you.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Don't forget, you have to be at work tomorrow morning, 9 a.m.
Nobody's going to work tomorrow.
Nobody's going to work. She is correct. Thanks to the mods for doing a great job tonight and hanging there. Couldn't do this without you guys. We have the best mods in the business.
Yeah.
So if you want to support the channel, the best way to do it is through Patreon. It's $3 a month. You get all kinds of perks. You get access to merch that no one else can get. And you get 2 private live streams every week like this, but without so much spam in the comments because there's only like 100 of us there. Plus you get to come up on stage and talk with the whole team. I think it's the best perk there is. Or if you'd rather have something tangible, grab something from the Wi-Fi store. The super chats, we really appreciate all of that. That keeps us going. Victoria likes expensive bags, so we have to keep her in leather. Thanks, Jen Sasaki from Japan. Thanks, Kyle, Cynthia. All right, so I appreciate you guys hanging in there. I hope you had a great Thanksgiving. I hope we were able to make you laugh a little bit and not feel like you're alone. Help the day go a little bit quicker. Now you know you have to call your mother. It's time. But as long as I have the energy and the means, I'll keep doing these holiday streams to make sure that we always have some company. So again, thanks to everybody. Couldn't do this without you. Thanks to Gino. Thanks to Jen, Victoria, the mods, to everyone who super chatted tonight, and the great Patreon community. We will see you next time, and Hecklefish will sing you out.
I've laughed and cried. I've had my fill, my share of losing. And now, as tears subside, I find it all. It's all so amusing to think I did all that. And may I say, not in a shy way. Oh no,